Pie Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem. Pie Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem. Pie Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem.
Can't stand it anymore. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here.
Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Stewardess, please let me handle this.
I've got to get
Calm down. Now get back to your seat. I'll take care of this. Calm down. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Doctor, you're one on the phone. Everything's going to be all right. Please.
Sister, please, I'll handle this.
Yourself.
I've got to get out of here. Out of here. Out of here. I've got to get out of here.
What's his hand?
Help me. I've been this way for 20 years. It is the curse of God. Punishment for my sins and for my parents' sins.
Your sins are forgiven you.
Rabbi, you must not speak so. That's blasphemy. Only God can forgive sins.
Which of these is easier? To say your sins are forgiven you, or rise up and walk home? The Son of Man has the power to forgive sins.
The anyone? 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 Does anyone know what this is, class? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone seen this before? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone?
Barbara Streisand is the absolute best. She's the best actress in all history.
Have you seen Yentl? Oy vey.
You're entitled to your opinion. Sigmund Freud's theories are outdated.
Oh, yeah? Well then, explain penis envy, especially lately. Why did Mel Brooks have so much money to make all those movies?
I don't know.
I see.
Hello, my fellow, what is it? Human earthly beings, something to that effect. Kafir, Goy, Gaijin, you know the deal. Hope everyone's well. This is a movie that I've wanted to do for some time, not a long time, but yeah, sometime at least from since this past Sunday. I was planning on originally doing it on Sunday, but yeah, I think I'm just going to back off on doing live streams on Sundays, just to have a full day off myself. Mostly because even when I do the religious movies, I'm ripping into those too. So, and that's just like, it's spiritually taxing, and I don't want to be doing that on a Sunday. I'd rather have something more edifying, and that was the original intent. But I just, yeah, I mean, I can't not show a movie and not expose the conditioning, so, and that kind of thing, the messaging and so on. So, yeah, I'm just going to back off and start doing that on Wednesdays, this time slot instead, give or take. All right, Slim, make me jealous. All right. Yeah, it sounds good. So, yeah, I mean, basically, I'm just, again, this is a Russian film. It's got English subtitles, so I will make it available in full without any interruptions and all that after the stream as a separate video file. I usually do that. Some of the ones I don't always do, like, for example, when we watched, what was it, the sequel to Zap 2, I think it was, and we stopped like 30 minutes in because it was just atrocious. So, I mean, it was just like basically soft porn, and yeah, that one I didn't release to the public. Short of something like that, everything else I do watch parties for, I end up doing also releasing to the public in its original form. So anyway, but yeah, just to make sure YouTube is like really harassing me. I mean, they're really pouring it on lately. So to avoid any issues and having the live stream interrupted again, I mean, it doesn't matter if they apologize afterwards or not. The damage has been done, and they know it. They're just being crafty, and it's just disgusting, and I'm fed up with it. So anyway, I'm just going to go ahead and direct everyone towards Rrummble to watch the watch party. But before I get into that, again, this is a foreign film. It's a Russian film. I don't have any production notes for you. Again, my focus is Hollywood. But to be frank, I don't really know that much about Russian filmmaking anyway. So I can't really speak to that as an expert to any degree. But I do have some anecdotal stuff that I want to share with you, focusing on monasticism and addressing the misconceptions that have been fabricated by mass media. And that's one of the reasons I'm showing this movie today, is to address those that conditioning, those lies. And these are personal anecdotes, but again, I was thinking about doing like maybe not a presentation, but sharing some pictures and stuff with you guys. But it's just spirituality it's a walk in life. It's not something. It's not anecdotal. It's not something really you can talk about and people can realize and then therefore fully appreciate. It's something that you have to fulfill on your own. You have to walk the walk to benefit from it. So, but regardless, yeah, I still feel compelled to say some few things about it and encourage people to, if you haven't visited a local monastery, to do that. But especially, you might have, it's called in the West for some reason, Mount Athos. Mount Athos is actually just one of the mountain peaks on the Holy Mountain. And that is actually its real name. It's called the Holy Mountain. Some people might take offense to that. Those people that are, Christian bashers, wolves in sheep's clothing type. What can I say to that? But that is the name for it. It is Ion Oros, the Holy Mountain. Mount Athos is really more dialectics, more Greek bashing, Christian bashing. Kind of like the use of nefarious and draconian lately in the 21st century. It's just all this, it's subliminal, crafty dialectics that are designed to take you away from God. Now, I know some people will be listening to this and thinking that I'm being vain or orthocentric or, Greek nationalist or whatever. To those people, let me just say, jog on. There we go, Slim. I like that. No, but really, like those people just are, coming at this with the wrong spirit, and so I encourage those people to take a look in the mirror, as we say, do some self-reflection, be self-aware of where that sentiment is coming from, where your heart is, and go from there. So anyway, let me just start by sharing some news in the Orthodox world, but again, addressing this another mass media lie about how the traditional Christian church, the original Christian church, the Orthodox, even the Catholics, I mean, even the Catholics people want to say they don't do any evangelism and all that, but they especially say that with the Orthodox. The Orthodox, by the way, is the church that's, let's argue, east of Rome, but that's not really accurate. But for the sake of this discussion, to help put things in perspective, think of it that way. And when you think of it that way, it'll help you realize that it's been under oppression for centuries upon centuries, not only through communism in Russia, but and so on, and Eastern Europe, and on and on. But again, throughout Asia, even America, I'll get into that. I'll touch on that a bit with the jurisdictional church politics, as we say. But yeah, I mean, just basically, yeah. So you might have heard of Mount Athos, right? Some of you, if you've heard of it, I imagine you might have watched the 60 Minutes piece on it. I would call it a hit piece. I know there's some Orthodox that really loved it. Those Orthodox tend to be liberal too, by the way. But 60 Minutes obviously did or portrayed some things that were half truths. And hey, holy smokes! Wow, what's up? Hey, man, if you're, oh, this is perfect too. I'd love to have you up here if you're able. Well, let me put that link in there. I didn't do that before, my bad. Links in the chat coming up if you want. Yeah, sorry, I got overexcited. I forgot where I was at. I was babbling about the 60 Minutes hit piece, right? And this patriarch of Constantinople, I mean, there's a lot to unwrap there. There's a lot of politics and history going on. All right, let me put it over in Rrummble. Thanks for reminding me. All right, so the link's in Rrummble too. Pin that too for everyone. But yeah, so to put that in perspective, oh wow, oh my, it's a prodigal brother. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Uh-oh, naturally, you got tech issues, frozen. I'm gonna put you back down. Bless your heart. That's a great picture, though. Let me get a screenshot of that before I put you down. That's great. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're frozen. This is why we don't jam microchips into our brains or any other part of our bodies, by the way, people. There's nothing that compares to God's creation. So those who want to evolve, become better by becoming cyborg or, a mutant, oy vey, oy vey. Yeah, so, let me, again, talk about the bad here, the church politics and all that, but let me go back to what I was saying. This past weekend we had Bishop Anastasios, Archbishop. He was the head of the Christian Church, Orthodox Church in Albania. I met the guy. I don't really know him. I don't really say that much about him because I really don't know that much about him. I mean, he seemed nice enough, but you can't really know who someone is in passing. All right, you're back.
There's feedback. I don't know why.
All right, let me remove this. Kick from studio. Well, hopefully this doesn't boot you too.
Yeah, I can hear myself twice.
Okay, maybe that should have corrected it. Did that help?
Yeah, that's better. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good to see you. God.
Good. I know it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah. How you doing? If you don't mind me putting you on the spot, how you?
Getting there, I suppose. I've had another bug, so I've been literally ill the whole week. Me and my partner have been ill, actually. We haven't been great. I've still got Christmas decorations up. I haven't taken them down. Of course, it was my dog's birthday yesterday as well, so he's But we've also been preparing for Saturday because obviously Tommy Robinson's in prison. So we're protesting on Saturday to get him out. And all the other political prisoners. Obviously, one took his own life in prison because in fear of being beaten up and possibly killed by the radical jihadists that are taking over our prison system and everywhere else by the looks of it. But let's just put it this way. The UK at the moment is literally on a tipping point. The next attack or any bad thing that comes out of I would say the Muslim community or the Islamic community itself, be it radical form or just in general, that's it. I think that's it then. I think everyone's going to lose the plot. They've had enough. The British people have had enough now.
Yeah. And you know how I feel about that, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, fortunately for me, I live out in the sticks, so I wouldn't be too affected if there was more riots or, at worst case, a civil war. But yeah, it's worrying. Let's put it that way. It is worrying. The tensions are so high at the moment here, and the division between everyone is, especially between the left and right side of politics at the moment. You got Keir Starmer, and I'll tell you what another thing is as well. A lot of Labour voters who have voted for Keir Starmer, they've come to the right of politics now because they've seen what he's about. They've seen the lies that he promised them back in the election. That it's everything that he has said was false in his manifesto, and he's just ruining the country. The economy is absolutely, completely destroyed. They're locking up people for opposing views. And they've doubled down on all this LGBTQ diversity stuff. It's nuts to live here. And the cost of living has got 10 times worse. Everything's just a mess here at the minute. Yeah.
I mean, the same thing in the States, same thing in Greece. It's just, it's all over. It's insane.
I mean, America's had it. I mean, that's another thing I was focused with as well, was the inauguration and Trump getting elected. That's the best thing probably for America. I mean, they've had 5 years of what we're going through now. Right. And they did well, to be honest. I'm surprised that they've come this far. But obviously with Donald Trump coming in, he's deported migrants already. He's deported, I think it's thousands of them. He's just got rid of them, which goes to show if you have a true leader, a leader that's actually does want to do something, it can be done. It's just that we've had people refusing to do it. So yeah.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah. So how have you been anyway?
I'm not going to talk about me. We'll just leave it. Glory be to God in all things. I'm well, and I'm well. So glory be to God in all things. And I've got blessings in my life, and I need to keep that in perspective.
That's good. Well, I'm about to embark on a 2.5 hour car drive now to London. Wow. But I thought when you said come on up, I thought it'd be rude not to, because I was literally just uploading a quick video. Because again, I promised to go live and I couldn't do it because I'm being rushed. And so I thought I'd upload a quick video to explain about Saturday. Then, as I was scrolling through, it said you were live, so come on. Then, as you said, come on up. I thought, well, I've got 2 minutes, so I'll use it.
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, well, thanks for coming up. It's a treat to see. It's been a while. I'm glad you look happy. I'm very happy. And,
no, in there. But when I get back after this weekend, I'll be back the week after. And do you know, I made the list the other day of all the people that I'm supposed to do live streams with. I've got
that's awesome, though. That's a good problem to have. Yes, me.
24 people I've got to do live streams with, but it's crazy.
I think I've got people hating me. I could be wrong, but yeah.
I wouldn't say that go that far, but yeah, just when I get back, I'll try and get hold of you. For some reason, my notifications ain't coming through on Skype, but I'll sort that out. I'll have a good look at it, sort it out so they do come through. I'll message you, and then we'll set up a stream.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, no worries, man. Don't let that stress you out. But, yeah,
no, I won't. All right, then, mate. Well, you look after yourself and carry on with the streaming. Speak to you soon.
Thanks. Yeah, you too. You too, brother. It's good to see you.
See you later, man. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a treat for me. Yeah, and the politics. He's telling like it is. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Slim. Yeah, I love that guy. He's something else. Like him and Phil. Phil and I also had a recent falling out. I don't know if you caught that or not, but yeah, I mean, just really amazing people online doing some amazing things. That just if you know the struggles that they're going through, some are more public about it than others. It's just amazing. You know, speaking of which, Thaddeus, he's another one of my favorites. I don't know if there's something wrong or not, but prayers never hurt. So, you know, for the prayer warriors out there, throw some prayers for Thaddeus out there. He hasn't streamed in a while, so missing that and hoping everything's okay. Yeah. So let me get back to. Let me actually, you know what, share this, so you guys can at least see who I'm talking about. And I will share this actually. Let me tell you about a time when I visited Albania. I spent a couple of weeks there with, let's say, a missionary group, kind of, sort of. It was a group that was learning how to be missionaries. And yeah, I mean, that experience was amazing. It was transformative for me in some ways. And in the process, I met this man who's passed away this past weekend. Again, I don't know him well personally, but everyone knows him, loves the guy. They say, I mean, he's a saint, he's saintly. So, and I get it. I've been around people like that, so I understand that. But I did meet another bishop who back then they were saying that when this man passed away, and he was ill back then too. He had like major back surgery, but yet was he was sitting there dedicating his time despite going through the pain and that kind of thing. Like, again, like patriotic Christian and Phil and so on, you know, going through all kinds of things. But despite that, they're just determined to share the faith with others. So, yeah, it's inspiring when you see that. And he was one of these people. The other man that I'm talking about, he had to sit down with us, and he was talking about sin, knowing sin. Actually, is kind of relevant to the movie we're going to watch today. You know, the movie we're going to watch today, it's about redemption. What does that mean? What does that look like? How does that process transpire? How does it take place? Redemption. In Hollywood, one of the most popular things people might think about when they talk about redemption would be Shawshank Redemption. But Shawshank Redemption, what is that about? With Morgan Freeman? It's about revenge, right? Is that how we redeem ourselves? By taking revenge? I mean, that's the Hollywood message. There's a reason for that. And a reason that I've discussed who discovered Hollywood, who's micromanaged it since its beginning. They're all about an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. They're all about revenge. But is that really redemption? Is that how you redeem yourself? And so I have this question up too on the back of that. I mean, what is sin? What are you redeeming yourself from? Why are we being told to repent if we're automatically forgiven? If all we need is our faith? Why do we need to repent? What are we repenting from? I mean, for me, repentance is quite a transformative thing, a gift. A gift. To me, that's the grace of God. The living grace of God comes through repentance. But you got to have something that you're repenting from. If you can't even define sin, then what are you repenting from? Your feelings? And that's kind of slippery slope stuff is what leads to people that we saw in the inauguration. The androgynous, that was just was given a national stage, global stage, and just use it to create all kinds of chaos. There's nothing redemptive about that. Anyway, so here I am in Albania with this group, and we're having this little fireside chat, so to speak. We're up in the mountains. It's quite cold, and I had an experience that night. Yeah, so he's talking to us about sin and about recognizing sin and about being honest about sin. Being honest about sin. And he asks us, he challenges us, well, who do you need to be honest with when it comes to sin? And I'm like Rorschach from Welcome Back, Kotter. I'm like, ooh, I know, pick me. So that's a 70s TV show, a reference, for those not familiar. So yeah, I mean, basically, you got to be honest with yourself. That's what it boils down to. You got to be honest with yourself. Yeah, see, Slim was all over too. But for that process to exist, we've got to name our demons. We've got to know what sin is. And if we're saying that we don't need the law, well, what can I say here? Anyway, may his memory be eternal. Another person who, and there's more to that story about me and the mountain and this man who graced me with his presence and his wisdom. And just, again, there's some people that you meet in life and you just know that they're walking with the other people, so to speak, that they've got one leg in the supernatural, preternatural, the other world, even while they're in our presence. And that might sound psychotic to some people, but when you meet these kinds of people, you understand. So, and I had an experience with him in that way, and it was quite transformative for me. It was a baptism through fire kind of experience. Ironically, after the fireside chat, one of those humbling experiences. Anyway, but yeah, and actually, it's pertinent to the movie we're watching today. The character is struggling with redemption, and is absolute. And I don't want to spoil it, but we'll see. It's a powerful movie. If you have time, if you don't have time today, I encourage you, again, I'll make it available in full without the interruptions and so on. So I encourage you to watch it at some point. I know it's a Russian film and the Russians are the enemy and all this and that. Look, as a Greek Orthodox, let me get to that. Let me see, make sure. I've got a list here because you guys know I like to go off on tangents. So I want to make sure I cover some things, some talking points. But yeah, talked about the 60 Minutes and the misrepresentations. By the way, the Patriarch of Constantinople currently, his nickname when he was bishop before he became patriarch His nickname was the Green Bishop. That was decades ago. From decades ago, they had called him the Green Bishop. That was his label. Well, it didn't mean as much back then. In fact, back then it was like, cool. This guy, cares about the earth. Awesome. Yeah, man. Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, I don't want to. One of these days, man, you and I should chat. Like, just if you got time, find me on Skype or something, because I would love to talk to you about that. I'm not going to put that on the screen, but that's a whole other discussion in itself. I call it the Pharisaic publican. That's one of my issues. I'm not saying this is your issue, but it just triggered this in me, that statement, and that struggle that I have, like that I have pride in my humility. I have pride in I'm proud of how humble I am, which is an oxymoron. Doesn't quite work, but anyway. Yeah, cool. Yeah, and I'll I can't share, but if you come up later, then get a chance, I'll share with you in private chat my Skype address, because I'll have to do that because for some reason people can't find me on Skype, which is frustrating. But anyway, yeah. So let me see what we're talking about. The Green Bishop. Yeah, Bishop, Patriarch Bartholomew, or Archbishop, Patriarch Bartholomew. Yeah. So basically, he had forced these monks, these leaders in Mount Athos, to do this interview with 60 Minutes. They don't do interviews. They did one, and the last one they said was in the 70s. You see it in the documentary. And 60 Minutes was bragging about the privilege of interviewing these people because they were such a close society when it comes to journalists. And so they didn't want to do that. And lo and behold, the patriarch kind of strong-armed them into doing that. And so, out of hypocrisy, out of respect, not officially, he's not in charge of Mount Athos, but out of respect, they obliged. And I'll probably regret it. I don't want to speak for them, but again, I think it was a hit piece. So, because they portrayed these people the exact opposite of what they are, which is a shame. I think it's a crime against humanity. And so, why am I saying that? Again, am I being vain? Well, let me just jump into this next point. There's many people that went to the Holy Mountain. Again, I know you call it Mount Athos, but it's the Holy Mountain. And it's the Holy Mountain for a reason. When you go there and you experience the life there, you understand. And again, you can get a taste of this in any monastery you go, give or take. So I encourage you, if you've got a monastery close by, check it out. Spend some time there if you can, even a night, 2 days and a night. It's a wonderful experience. But the Holy Mountain, so many people have gone there. I went with a group. I've been there plenty of times. I went there with a group that one of them was an extreme liberal who was being potentially in formation to become a bishop himself. I'm not going to say which country and all that, but he was extremely liberal. All right, putting that to the side. We had a mutual friend who was a Spaniard, a young buck, a college student, who was an atheist, a bit liberal, But, this liberal guy that I'm telling you about, who's becoming a bishop at a future date, potentially, he talked him into going to the office, and we went together. And we visited this elder in this relatively somewhat isolated, not completely isolated place, who had a reputation and so on and so forth. I'm like, okay, cool. He was a godchild of Elder Paisios, which they've tonsured a saint lately. Putting all that to the side. So I'm like, okay, whatever, cool. Let's go. Let's check this out. And we went to his home. It was just a little house. A little cabin, really. And so he's ill. He's, again, another person who's ill, who's bedridden. And we walk in, and it's a big group now. We've got these Slavs that we meet up on the road, and they're, we're all going as one big group. And so it's like maybe over a half dozen of us easily, like a half dozen to a dozen of us. And we're all like shuffling in this little door into his bedroom because like he's in his bed, sick, ill. And we're in the back, and the atheist Spaniard is all the way in the back. And so all the people shuffle in, and this old man looking up, who does he agree to talk to? The atheist. And he says, if Paisios was here, he would say, you're a cool rocker, or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. I can't quite remember the exact words. But for whatever reason, that had a profound effect on this young man. I don't know why. People get triggered by different things for different reasons. They know their experiences. I don't know what his experience was, but for whatever reason, that statement did it for him. But I think it's interesting that out of all these faithful people that came in, this big group, he spotted the one guy in the very back who was an atheist, and he said the weirdest of things that somehow had a profound effect on him. Now, you can do what you want with that, but I don't know. I know for a fact that God speaks through people. So, yeah. Anyway, so it's these kinds of things that, regardless of who you are, and literally, we have Muslims go to the Holy Mountain and get transformed. Buddhists, like I said, atheists. I mean, the list goes on. Christians, even Christians that are being wishy-washy, kind of like I have been lately. They go and they get it transformed. I too I spent some time in an area called the desert, and this is the lifestyle essentially is preserved. Most of the Holy Mountain has electricity. The desert does not, and so they're just completely in the Stone Ages, so to speak. Not that far back, but yeah, they're literally living out. The water that they have is not city water. It's literally coming straight out of the mountain. That they've built this little system of piping so the water can trickle down into their homes. And they have the old-fashioned get what it's called, the reservoir there for the water and that kind of thing. So they want food, whatever's in their garden. They want some seasoning, whatever herbs they've grown. You do your prayer and you hope that you have something to eat. You do your prayer and you hope that water keeps coming out of that mountain, out of that rock, so you can have something to drink and so you can survive. Let me tell you, people, praying day and night, waking up to pray before the sun rises and before the sun sets, praying as the sun sets, and in the middle, and praying, going to your bed and doing your prayers, having that kind of worship and being around people that are praying constantly, praying unceasingly, doing the Lord's Prayer, doing the Jesus prayer, as we say, Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. How can you not be in that environment, not be transformed? Especially when you're completely dependent on God's creation for sustenance on a daily basis. This is lifestyle that's been preserved through the centuries, that people live today. Yet it's slandered. How is it slandered? Well, let me show you again the cold start, in case you missed it. And this is standard Hollywood. I even my little skit that I did, the little voiceover. Oh boy, I'm all over the place here. Sorry. Let me 1,000 clicks. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so this is typical standard Hollywood.
Pie Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem. Pie
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but basically, yeah, I don't have WhatsApp. I boycotted apps ever since I learned how to make them over a decade ago, around 2010, give or take. When apps were first coming out, I was learning how to make apps from booze. I don't want to drop any. Yeah, from very significant people. I was learning how to make apps. I was coming off of a psychology program, a scholar at it, top of my class, so to speak. Not I wasn't valedictorian, but in that group. With a double major in education and instructional technology and so on and so forth. Anyways, and with all that background and so on, I could see the damage that these cell phones were about to do, and I learned how, in fact, the apps were being designed to manipulate. In addition to all that, I just boycotted both, definitely apps, cell phones. Yeah. So, I'm sorry. I know it's real difficult for people in the modern era, so to speak, in the 21st century, when I'm not available on these little things that they have. But the reason I have Skype is because Skype is also available on a desktop. So, yeah, otherwise, I really don't have any other thing I can use. And Vash's book kicked me off for sharing firsthand accounts of what Muslims were doing, pictures and so on. So, and complaining about pedophilia. Go figure that one out. Yeah. So let me get back to my rant, so to speak, here. Mount Athos. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I mean, the whole use of nefarious, draconian, that too is the same vein of calling it Mount Athos instead of the Holy Mountain. I mean, they've got no issue of calling Tibetan monks the Holy Mountain. I mean, when you talk about the Buddhists, all of a sudden, ooh, they're magical. It's all but glamorization and superpowers. But when you talk about Orthodoxy or Catholicism, all of a sudden it's this.
Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem.
Or how about this one? We'll scroll down.
Barbara Streisand is the absolute best. She's the best actress in all history.
Have you seen Yentl? Oy vey. Anyway, so that's from the Jesuit movie that's bashing the Jesuits. So, I mean, I'm not an apologist for Jesuits. I don't know either way. I mean, I don't know enough. I haven't even, well, that's a lie. I have met Jesuits. Actually, they look cool to me, to be frank. I had no issue with them. I took some classes with Jesuits, I mean, whatever. I didn't feel threatened by them. Like, BLM. Oh, white person, I feel threatened. No, it wasn't like that at all. So, but there's other people that I get in the presence of, and all of a sudden I feel like I need to, have my guard up. Jesuits were one in that group. Anywho, what else do I want to talk about? Oh, yeah, a little self-plug here. Oh, yeah, this is a little heart to heart. Speaking of which, and this kind of telling me what you said earlier, Slim. Yeah, about not keeping your noose, not praying unceasingly, and not having that relationship with God 24/7. When we fail to do that, we have a kink in our armor, and Satan will take advantage. I know this sounds melodramatic, but I've been through this time and again. I like to learn my lesson the hard way, and apparently like to make the same mistakes over and over again. But anyway, yeah. So I've talked about, speaking of the patriarchate, my being invited to go to the patriarchate and be really regretting it. I've also mentioned a couple times about being invited to apply for an instructional designer position for NATO at a time when I was very poor, just like I am now. And then half a year later, still very poor, invited to, of all people, to apply for a position at the Department of Defense of the U.S. Now, I've shared that as a bit of a brag. I mean, not that they invited me, that too, that's cool, but that they're way beneath me, that I'm above such a thing. So, yeah, I mean, now that I'm looking back at it, my original calling back around the turn of the century was, and again, this is too much information, but just to premise these things. And I'm telling you, I'm sharing these things for a reason. It's for a cause. My original calling back around the turn of the century was to be a deacon. I botched that up. So, and I lived a life, started living the quote unquote literal normal life, failing to keep my guard up. When I went back into the world and someone challenged me with that, like an idiot, I'm like, yeah, why not live a quote unquote normal life? Whatever that's supposed to mean. Like an idiot, I started backsliding. It's bad enough that I had turned my back on my calling for whatever reason, and Satan was busy. And I've talked about that before. I don't want to get off on a long tangent here, but there's some things going on. But I have had my guard up, I would have been able and more focused to know what's important and to not get distracted by those things. Instead, I got distracted, let my guard down even more, lived this normal life, and it got to a point where, like, okay, I still want to keep my goals. I still want to go back to seminary and finish what I started, but now I'm a different person than what I was back then. So a decade later, I transformed quite a bit. I'm like, okay, time to reevaluate, time to reach out to God, and let's make sure that I need to be going back instead of becoming this leader that's now ruined and then, ego driven and misleading people and, doing all these wrong things. I mean, to me, that's 10 times worse than being a sinner. Because when you sin, as we're saying, you can repent. There's an opportunity for redemption there. But when you lead others astray, how do you correct that? How do you fix it? So that's the last thing I want to do, is lead others astray. And that's why, by the way, it's not false humility. Well, again, if you guys hear me making some kind of mistake, please jump all over it, correct me. Got no issue with that. I'll be thanking you for it. Because I don't want to be leading people astray. So yeah, I mean, put it all together. My calling the second time around was not to be a deacon, but to be a leader of people. I'm like, well, what does that mean? To be a leader? I was like, what? And so I put it in my head, I'll be a deacon, and that's my goal, even though in the forefront, okay, be a leader, I don't know what that means. Trying to be a deacon, trying to get ordained. Well, lo and behold, it's kind of like the joke. I call him the character Johnny. You guys may have heard this joke, but it's basically Johnny's now grown up, and he's like in the middle of this flood, this natural disaster, like this major flood, and people are being asked to evacuate, a voluntary evacuation, but to evacuate. And Johnny's got his faith now. He's born again, and so he doesn't need to worry about that. God's got his back. He's the elite. He's saved. He's special. He doesn't need to evacuate. God's got him. And so the waters come knee high, and now the boats are out about, the rescue boats, And on the bullhorns, hey, come on aboard. And John was like, no, don't worry about me. I'm good. I've got my faith. I'll be saved. Go on, get other people who don't have the faith. Okay, what are they going to do? They got to move on. And so now the waters get so high that, he's got to climb on to the roof. And the helicopter comes by. Bullhorns, ladder thrown down. Hey, grab the ladder. We're here to save you. It's like, no, save yourselves. I've got my faith. God's got my back. Well, what happens? The flood waters wash away his house, wash away Johnny with him. Now Johnny's pissed. How can God betray him with all his faith? So he's stopping up to the gates of heaven, goes right up to Peter and says, daggone it, I had my faith. Why don't you save me? And Peter looks at him and says, you idiot. We sent you a car. We sent you a boat. We sent you a helicopter. But you had your faith. So that's where I'm reflecting on my life. Like, God gave me another calling that I might have missed on because, well, I wasn't praying unceasingly. Like these monks, I wasn't praying unceasingly. I mean, do you think one of these monks, if they were in my shoes, they would have missed their calling like that? I'm pretty sure that would not be the case. Pretty sure of it. But I was preoccupied. I was preoccupied with a book, and I should include this. You know what? Something called The Right-Handed Theft. The Way of the Pilgrim, not to be confused with The Pilgrim's Tale. The Way of the Pilgrim is Orthodox writing. It's not really known originally wasn't known who the author was. Someone later came along and claimed it, but it's so realistic. People didn't know if it was an autobiographical account or not. Anyways, it's a good read. It's a powerful read. It's about praying unceasingly, trying to discover what that means. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So let me share this link in the chat. And basically, there's a section in that book. I'm gonna spoiler alert. That basically he goes to he's let's say in the middle of his journey of discovering what praying unceasingly means. And he goes to this home where it's a family, they're wholesome, they're religious, they're doing all these religious activities. He's got his prayer roll. He's got, he's going to read his book, the Philokalia. He's going to, do his prayers and so on. But he keeps getting distracted from his regiment by all these activities that this family is doing. But it's okay because they're religious activities, right? So therefore, it's okay for him to deviate from his prayer rule, to put that to the side because, well, this is wholesome, this is Christian, it's religious, and therefore it's okay. But what happens is, in the process, you end up actually drifting away from God because you're severing that communication, that tie with Him. So the thing is that even in that situation, he should have stuck to his prayer rule to keep that fire kindled. And by not doing it, he leaves himself susceptible. And that's what I'm talking about here. And that's what this movie is about. It's about redemption, what that process looks like. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to say too much. You'll see. But yeah, hopefully you guys watch it. It's really good. And the book too. I mean, it's a good book. It's a really good book. It's kind of like Screw Tape Letters. It's kind of like in that vein. Slim, I know you're serious. I would think you're joking, but I've gotten to know you a bit, and so I know you're serious. I'm glad you said that. And I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm not. You know I love you, brother. I really do. I'm not one of those people that says, "Hey, I love you." Bullshit. No, I'm not like that. So I think you know me enough to know that I'm not like that. I've become quite fond of you. But I need to still point out, that being said, with that disclaimer, that these words are literally mass media conditioning. You forgive me for pointing that out. And that's why I'm showing this movie today, to dispel exactly this falsehood. And let me also emphasize, like I discussed the Holy Mountain and how many times I've been there, and for you to come at this after all I've expressed, to come at this presentation so far with that statement speaks volumes. If you do some introspection and think about it. But let me put this in perspective. Let me give you a dose of reality here. So there's some places in this holy mountain, and it's full of monasteries, different kinds. There's in fact, just so you'll know, it's extremely rare. I mean, historically rare for a monk to be completely in absolute isolation by himself or herself, a nun, monastic. That's not usually the case at all. It's usually communities, but it might be a small knit community, like I said, like in a cabin where there's like 2 or 3 monks, or it might be a large community where it's like maybe even up to over 100 monks. It just depends. But some of these places, like the larger communities, not all of them, but some of them have elders, people that are in charge, who are notorious for recruiting. Hence, they have over 100 monks. Oh, you're interested? Okay, come on out. So they got that reputation. And I've been to a couple of these, both in a more isolated area, someone who likes to recruit, and one of the bigger monasteries, probably the biggest monastery, who likes to recruit, known for that. Both of them, when I had to sit down, a heart-to-heart, discussing whether or not I should become a monk, both of them involuntarily started laughing. They weren't trying to be snarky. They just, they're like, are you serious? And they weren't trying to be like that, but it just came out like, to them, that was preposterous. And to me, their reaction was shocking both times. And I found out about the reputation later, but that's beside the point. Why is that relevant? Well, the reality is, Slim, and those that believe this mass media lie, the reality is that to become a monk, it's a long process, first of all. First of all, you need about 3 years just of being a novice. And what is a novice? A novice is someone who's trying it out. You haven't become a monk yet. You're just going through the motions. You might see in the Catholics, I believe, they're wearing regular clothes if they're hanging out with the nuns. That's probably a novice. They haven't taken their vows yet. They're just trying it out to see, one, if it's for them, but two, if they are for monasticism. In other words, they're being watched to see if they're the right fit, so to speak. If they have what it takes to be a monk. If it's, to put it another way, so you can understand. Monks usually know they want to be a monk at an early age, from childhood. They know that they want to be married to God from childhood. This is not something that they're brainwashed to, they're forced into. That's something that's in their heart. And it's not one of those, oh, Jesus put it on my heart expressions. This is literally something that it's like, it's almost in their DNA. And if you meet these people, you'll know what I'm talking about. Now, there's some that don't fit that category, but that's the exception to the case. I always hope to be one of those exceptions to the cases. But again, I'm very public about that struggle because I've got a lot of obstacles to overcome. And like I said, whether in the world or in a monastery or where have you, I don't want to be that person that's tearing other people away from God. So not only do I know if I can handle it, if it's right for me, in other words, if I can handle it, but also whether or not I'm going to be a detriment to that community while I'm trying it out. Or even if I somehow become a monk and then later find out after taking my vows, oh crap, and then I become a problem for that community. That's not good. So you can see that all around, it's not what you're saying, well, they're running from the world. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. It's a process to even get in, and many are booted. In fact, I have a friend right now who's visiting the Holy Mountain, who invited me to go with him. And I was considering going, but he too was in a very sacred place, young man, who was given the boot because he didn't fit in. It happens quite a bit. It's so, and especially if they think that you're running from the world, they don't want anything to do with you. Because as the expression goes, wherever I go, there I am. You can't run away from your problems. So that's the last thing they want. To them, that's toxic. They won't have anything to do with you if they see any trace of that. It's got to be something that you absolutely love with all your being, just like the first commandment, or the first of greatest of commandments. Love God with all your being. It's something that you have at an early age, and now you can repent and have the profound love. And I've seen it. I've seen people on the Holy Mountain. I've seen a guy who had tats all the way from the top of his neck down to his fingertips, and he was a monk in that place because of repentance. And by the way, that also dispels, oh well, they're elitist, they're judgmental, Christians judge, and all this shenanigans. That's a lie too. That's a lie too. All right, so that being said, let me see. Let me get back to my script here. NATO, yeah, talked about, keeping your guard up spiritually. I can't emphasize that enough. And this is what it's all about, what we're watching this movie about. It's about to introduce, you're not really going to see much of monastic life in the movie, but you get a glimpse of it. But it's more about the essence of what's going on that I want to share. Yeah, I had another thing I want to talk about, the island of Patmos. And yeah, exactly, Slim. Yeah, don't judge monks. At least give it a try before you pass judgment, At least, spend some time in a monastery, that kind of thing. And then, if you still feel the same way, then I don't know what to say. Maybe try a different monastery. But I doubt you will. All right. Yeah, let me just get into this movie. I could tell you about the island of Patmos and that experience, but maybe afterwards. Let's get into this. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me share with you some of this Christian bashing. Yeah, this is perfect. I was thinking, I wasn't on the fence about whether I want to share this today or not. But in lieu of things, let me go and share this now. All right, let me see. Make sure it's on here. Yep. Check this guy out.
Posted a link last night. Nobody posted a fucking link last night. Ain't nobody clicked.
Okay. Put your children in the other room. There's some cursing. My apologies on his behalf. Not that I don't curse, but I try to at least bottle it up.
My fucking link, but you know what I did? You know what EBT do? EBT. Jesus Christ. EBT did what EBT always do, and he dropped some fire.
I gotta say, I don't know if this guy to date, I don't know if he's like what they call trolling or not. If he's like just faking it, just trying to make fun of rappers or what. But I watched a bit of his stream. I was led here. I don't go out looking for this stuff. I got transferred from one other live stream into this. And to this day, I don't know why he did that. And whether this guy's for real or not.
We dropped a fire stream last night, folks. That's what the fuck EBT done did. Yet, that guy we was reviewing his content, he done reached out to me today. And it was a big thank you. But then I was like, no, you know what? Actually, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
He might be drunk or something. I don't know. I mean, again, I can't tell if he's acting or what. I have no idea. I've been told that I've got this problem of giving people too much the benefit of the doubt, seeing only the good in them and all that kind of thing. But maybe maybe I'm doing that now. I don't know.
Sir, we appreciate you out here. Dental misorder up in the chat with some ching chong bing bong. There's a whole bunch of Greek up in there. Whole bunch of Greek. Where them Ortho bros at? Look.
Yeah. So just so you'll know, he's let's see. Yeah, this is older Greek, but it is basically, from what I gather, it's talking about the majesty of Christ here in Greek. He must have cut and pasted this or something from. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not even gonna guess. So, but yeah, so this guy's calling it Ching Chang, the Ortho Bros. I mean, he's got a cross up. I don't know what's going on with this guy. You judge for yourself, as I say.
Y'all talk about being a Greek church. Why y'all talk about being a Greek church?
By the way, I just recently, I don't want to say who did this. It was in chat on a recent stream. I won't say which day, which stream. But someone called it the Greek church. And I know you guys hear me talk about the Greeks and all that, and then Orthodoxy. I'm doing that for a reason. It's not so much being orthocentric or Greek-centric or anything like that, nationalist. But I realized a couple of decades ago that Greece is under siege. And that came from mass media messaging. Back then, I didn't know anything about Greek history and all that. I've learned quite a lot since. For example, now that I'm on the subject, on the Holy Mountain, I've described how isolated it could be. I mean, you're talking about the place without electricity. You've got to climb up, basically. They've got a path, but it still ends up being a climb up the mountain to get to these places. Again, there's nothing there, no electricity and all that. There's no cars, by the way. So that's the only way. Peter and Pat, and climbing and walking around mountains is the only way you're going to get anywhere. And in that kind of isolated place, I've encountered someone from America who was originally Dutch, who was also, I believe, in the Russian jurisdiction, who came to Mount Athos in that isolated place and wanted to bitch about the Greeks not knowing English well enough. That kind of bigotry that I had to endure in the quote-unquote Greek parishes in the United States, Greek seminary, Hellenic College, Holy Cross. Forgive me for doxing, but there's not really that many seminaries that are Orthodox in the United States. So it's like shooting fish in a barrel is the expression. Anyway, God forbid. But yeah, they would come into these institutions and complain about Greeks being Greek. Who in the hell does that? You know, melting pot jackasses. That's who. So, but when you go to Greece and you go to a holy place like that, as isolated as it is, and you have this guy who's, putting himself off as righteous, religious, saying crap like that, with that kind of spirit and attitude, what the hell, man? That's when it's like enough is enough. So, yeah, let's continue with this jackass, speaking of which.
Y'all, all them author bros out here talking about essence energy distinction and theosis and the presuppositional argument and the transcendental argument for good. But yet y'all, the motherfucking Greek church, ain't nobody out here trying to come against Armand Hill.
Yeah. So again, it's not the Greek church. I mean, that's an absolute offense, not only to the Orthodox, to Christians, which later was labeled Orthodox, but to the Greeks themselves. You know, we know we're Orthodox. We wouldn't call it the Greek church, though. And just so you'll know, when you see Greek church in a parish in the United States, Greek Orthodox, St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church, St. Mary Greek Orthodox Church, it's not because we're fascist and we want nobody else there. But it's like, hey, Greeks, you've got a refuge here. You've got a safe space, as we say these days. And literally, safe space. In the South, when Greeks were brought, I think it was in the 18th century, from Greece to go sponge diving, you know, put their lives on the line for peanuts, indentured servitude. They were being hunted down by the Ku Klux Klan for being foreigners, for being quote-unquote greaseballs. The Ku Klux Klan was established by Albert Pike and the Scottish Rite, FYI. But they were being hunted. And so when Greeks finally had enough money, established themselves enough to have enough money to create their own parishes, and started bringing priests from Greece, apostolic succession. They labeled it Greek so people can have a safe space. And to this day, when you go into a Greek parish and people are looking at you like you're an outsider, yeah, they're welcoming you and everyone's welcome, but that's not because they're bigots. It's because every time someone comes to the door that's not Greek, what are they doing? Why are you being Greek? What are you, bigots? Why are you being Greek? The hypocrisy, the vileness. Yeah, Slim, I don't know if he's like, again, maybe I'm being an idiot, but I don't know if he's faking it. I think he's faking it because his grill, as he put it, is fake. He put it. Let me share the link so you guys, if you for whatever reason want to watch this whole thing. Right before this segment, he's actually putting that in his mouth. Like it's not. I think while he's talking to him, it falls out. So I think it's a parody. I'm not sure.
Ain't nobody out here coming by with arm on human. Motherfucking Greek church. Look, I'm looking at you, fucking Orthodox Greek church. Ain't nobody out here. No, sir, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. The Eastern Church is the Greek church, dude. You know.
Now I see he says stupid shit like that, and I can't believe that he's for real. Because he said some things and he sounds intelligent. So I think he's just trolling. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about. You literally don't know what you're talking about. I think you know what you're talking about. You can go ahead and click that link and join up here, you schismatic little bitch. That's right. You're welcome to fight me if you want to. Look.
All right. Enough of this idiot. I had some other things I want to share, but listen, no, I can't take it. I don't know if I should be mad or laugh or what. Let me share this one. This will put it in perspective here, what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted to share before. So better late than never.
The head of Clorox sat on the board of the Educational Opportunities Corps. So the head of Clorox was a part of the Panthers Educational Board. They only care about certain kind of white folk, because all this type of thinking, right, is funny. Because see, the historical figures that happen to be white that support something different, right, from what these is saying, are the white folks who we ain't supposed to like. See, them was all the racists and all of this, that, and the third, and them the ones who names and statues and need to come down. You see what I'm saying? But they not objecting. Patrice Cullors just go on and she said, I was trained in Marxist adjectives. I was trained in this. See, a like Patrice Cullors, she can play all this black, white, right? But her idol, right, is this Karl Marx, right? A German Jew. And then her and the other two co-founders, right, were taught the skill of Marxist agitation by a man by the name of Eric Mann.
Yeah. So there you go. The same spirit. I mean, the Muslims do the same thing as we saw in the other thing. So, but check this out. What's this Helene crap? Where does this H come from? Ellen. Using Latin letters, can English speakers, whether you're in the UK or in America, are you able to say Ellinus? 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 Can you say that? So where did the H come from? Hellenes. What the hell is that? I mean, that's just like the rampant use of nefarious and draconian these days. It's a subliminal siege on Greeks. And why? Well, again, Henry Kissinger, Jew, 1970s, while Greece was under siege by Turkey, publicly said the Greeks are stubborn. To undermine them, you needed to destroy their culture and their religion. You can look this up online. This is the late 70s again. In response to Turkey invading the Greek, still occupied island of Cyprus, the Greek island of Cyprus, that was his response. The Greeks are stubborn. You need to destroy the culture and the religion in the 70s. All right. Well, what about, again, Constantinople, World War II, mid 20th century, a couple of decades before that? You had no, for some reason, hell bent to establish the state of Israel, when Israel is a people, not a place. But didn't give Constantinople back to the Christians, to the Greeks. Why not? And it goes on. And you know, I'm just putting these things in perspective here because there's a scene in this movie that I want to address. And you know, I mean, Byzantium, they use this flag with this eagle that's got facing the east and the west because they are under siege from every direction. Exactly. You beat me to the punch again. And Russia, unfortunately, is a historical enemy of all of its neighbors. All of its neighbors. So, you know, again, Ukraine-Russian war is nothing new. It's a centuries-old war amongst a long list of examples. So, and this is before they were communists, by the way. They were always doing that. And this plays into church politics now. The big boys, let's talk about the United States. When it comes at least to the Orthodox, as you say. On the West Coast, it was the Russians that migrated from Alaska. They have the Saint Herman of Alaska, who was an evangelist or what do you call it? A missionary in Alaska. He established a seminary and a school in that neck of the woods, learned a language and all that good stuff. And then, you know, all that culture, the Russian culture, migrated southward all along the West Coast. On the East Coast, like I mentioned, well, from the south on the East Coast on up, it was the Greeks. So there's some interplay, some conflict there. And by the way, post-World War II, Greeks were not only ravaged by war, thank you, Hitler and the like, but then they had to deal with the communists trying to take over. And they literally had to fight them out. They had communist rebels in Greece trying to be communist. And so this too is an ongoing problem. And to this day, I mean, it's ironic, in America, I've had good relationships with Russians in America through Orthodox parishes. But when I went to Greece, all of a sudden I saw a different Russian, a Russian that was coming in arrogant, pushing people around, literally being brutish. It was insane. So Yeah. Basically, in this movie, you'll see something. And I was thinking about sharing a picture. Maybe I will share it anyways. Let's just watch the movie and you'll see. But you'll see the scene I'm talking about. There's some slander going on about the Greeks that's absolutely hypocritical. And that's the standard. That's typical. But outside of that, I really love this movie. I wasn't a fan of it when I first watched it. I thought I was quite bored with it. But again, after I shared it, oh, let me share this story. One more anecdote, and I'll shut up. We can watch the movie. Forgive me. But I was wanting to, again, I was doing the graduate program, 2010, and I wanted to share this movie on screen because, well, I was part of a student organization, a religious one, and so I wanted to pick a religious movie to share. And I went through a long list, and they were rejecting all of them. The Mission was one of them. Rejected that. Like, okay, whatever. And I picked this movie, Ostrov, The Island. And Hollywood made another island because they love to do that. But that was not this one. This was 2006 Russian movie. But anyway, so for some reason, they allowed that, but they gave me all kinds of flack when it came to advertising and all that. They stalled that and this, that, and the other. It was quite an experience. We had a really poor turnout, which is unfortunate. But anyway, that finally showed it on the screen. But when I watched it on screen, I wanted to make sure that before I spent all this effort and all that, I wanted to make sure that people would be open to watching this movie. So I did let's say a focus group of one, and I figured the best person to say whether or not this movie is not going to be watched or not would be someone who is a fanatical born again, like a non-denominational character that was so schismatic, let's use that word, that he would not go to any church at all. He was his own church. I don't know if you know anybody like that. I love the guy. I played a major role in my life to help save my life, spiritually especially, twice. But yeah, anyways, it's a bit much. So I was like, okay, if this guy is okay with this movie, then I'll know then it's okay for a public general audience. And I was expecting to, show this movie and him to blast me out. But he came back like, wow, man, what a good movie. Like, what? Are you serious? Are you pulling my leg right now? Oh, man, I love this. I'm like, what the heck? And like I said, I watched it once at that point. And I'm like, I thought it was lame. I'm like, okay, maybe I missed something. And so I watched it again. And wow, it was moving. It was moving. And then I watched it during the screening, of course, on campus, and I was laughing my ass off. So it's a good movie all around. It's entertaining, it's powerful, or maybe you'll be like me when I first watched it. Maybe you'll think it's lame. I don't know, but hopefully, hopefully it's worth your while. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Anything else I'll probably talk about afterwards. So let's get to it, shall we? Let's see, where's it at? Here. Okay. Share. No, that's not it. That's it. Okay. Here we go. This need to close out of. All right. I'm done yapping. Let me remove this and make big full screen. And here we go. Enjoy.
Он оставил послушание в котельне и перебрался жить
Okay, yeah, thanks, Lim. I forgot all about that. Yeah, basically says if it stops, I'll move to Rrummble. Should we go ahead and migrate to Rrummble just to be on the safe side? I mean, I think I yapped enough anyways. I'll just leave it be. I don't really have that much to say after the movie. I think I've said enough. So for those who want to have an afterward discussion and this gets interrupted, just follow us on Rrummble. Let me go and share that link again so you guys can have that. It's also pinned, but let me just go and share it on YouTube. But yeah, if this stream gets interrupted, follow us there. It shouldn't get interrupted, but this one is not. Anyways, it doesn't matter. They're just all. We'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't. Remove comments. Oh, banners. My bad. Move. Okay, sorry. And here we go. Should I play dramatic music? Dun, 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 dun. It's gotta, even though we're looking at text that we don't know what it's saying, it's got quite the dramatic beginning, so hang in there. This is what my house looks like when it rains, give or take.
Господи, Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий, помилуй меня грешных. 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 Господи Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий, помилуй меня грешного. Господи Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий.
You'll see why it's being so weird in a minute. Ricola.
Los, 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 los! Vorwärts! Sucht sie! Vorwärts! Los, 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 los! Weiter, Sie müssen hier sein! Los, 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 los! Vorwärts, vorwärts! Sucht sie! Weiter, weiter! Links! Such, hier ist niemand. Hast du was? Ich finde hier niemanden.
Ruthless.
Niemand hier! Und was jetzt?
Не стреляйте! Не стреляйте! Я сдаюсь! Не стреляйте!
Wegschreien!
Steh
halt! Sammel nicht!
Reicht jetzt, gebt ihn auf. Wo ist der Kapitän?
Чё? Чё?
Wo ist der Kapitän?
Их просто я не понимаю. Теперь я понял! Понял! Здесь он! Здесь он! Здесь он! Я понял, Медведь! Я покажу!
Пошла!
Я покажу здесь! 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 Тихо! Тихо! Вылазь! Вылазь! Вот!
Wie lange? 20 Minuten.
Die sind wertlos. Erschießen. Anlegen.
Не убивайте меня, пожалуйста! Не убивайте меня! Не убивайте! Не надо! Не убивайте меня, пожалуйста! Я больше не буду! Не убивайте меня!
Töte ihn. Sei ein Mann.
Что тебе надо?
Sei ein Mann. Und du wirst leben.
Я не умею! Я не умею! Я тебя не... Я не буду! Я не умею!
Can't stand it anymore. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here.
Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Stewardess, please let me handle this.
I've got to get
Calm down. Now get back to your seat. I'll take care of this. Calm down. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Doctor, you're wanted on the phone. Everything's gonna be all right. Please.
Sister, please, I'll handle this.
Yourself.
I've got to get out of here. Out of here. Out of here. I've got to get out of here.
Yeah, pardon the interruption, but am I the only one who feels like that about this guy right now? Ay, vey.
Тихо! Тихо! Ты где?
I mean, you got a bullet. You don't off yourself. You take out the leader, and then you get shot. Go like a man. Forgive me, but I mean, you're fighting for a good cause. You're fighting evil. You don't shoot your partner. Idiot Lason. What a low life. Yeah. Again.
Чего уплыли? А я живой, на! Падла! Тихо нас, суки, убили!
Ruthless. Ruthless. I've got a story about that too. Remind me. Yeah, so he gets lucky and survives. Ain't that something? Life's hilarious. "20 years later." Yeah, fear is an instrument of Satan. Never forget that. Remember the lockdown? With electric bills skyrocketing like they are, that's probably going to be me this winter. Probably next month.
Батюшка, где отец Анатолий?
Ну, спит он. Спит, батюшка, отец
А мы
Анатолий.
ждем его давно, очень ждем. А что же он
Я
спит?
понимаю.
Сколько
Дрыхнет.
можно ждать? Мы устали.
Ну, что ж делать? Я ж не могу его будить. Подождите, сейчас выйдет. Подождите.
He's Father Anatoly, by the way. this scene has got it's quite significant. I don't want to get off on a tangent, but it's quite significant.
Мне бы со старцем Анатолием поговорить.
Нашла с кем разговаривать. Радио лучше слушай, и то толку больше будет. Что, горе, что ли, такое?
Горе. Такой горе, уж такой горе.
Ну ладно, не реви. Пойду спрошу. Может, соблаговолит. Хотя сегодня что-то не в духе он.
Вы спросите, а я долго не останусь.
Бери, дура. Чтобы я этого больше не видел.
Извините.
Ну что, за благословением на убийство приехала? Вот тебе не благословение!
Пожалуйста, батюшка миленький, спросите благословение на аборт у старца.
В ад собралась? И меня с собой затащить хочешь? А?
Не знаю. Ежели я его рожу, меня никто замуж не возьмет. Кому я с детем-то нужна?
Тебя и так никто не возьмет. Вон, на роду написано. Здесь ребеночек будет. Утешение. Всю жизнь себя проклинать будешь. Что дитя-то невинное убило.
А вы-то откуда знаете? Вы же не старец.
Ну, может, я сам-то человека убил.
Yeah, you guys missed out on my getting choked up there. Yeah, this movie does it to me. Like the writing, I don't know if you guys caught that. It's quite powerful. Like it's something that we can relate to. I mean, again, I imagine you guys gathered at this guy, Father Antoli, and by father they don't mean priest. They also call monks father. He's the same little sack that we wanted to kick the crap out of. At least I did, by shooting his own countryman, his own friend, instead of fighting back. And so now here she is, and she hasn't told him what's going on, what her problem is. All she says, "I've got a big problem," but he already knows what the problem is, and he's like kind of mocking the whole situation, gets her attention. Sobers her up, essentially, through that. And he's telling her, look, your pregnancy, be it sinful as it is ordained by God because you have a life in your body. And by destroying that life, you'll be doubling down on your sin. And you're going to be hating yourself. Or you'll allow in life and it will be your comfort through life. And she goes, well, how can you be saying these things? How do you know these things? And he says, well, maybe I killed someone too, so I know.
Ну ладно, вставай с колен. На коленях Богу молиться надо. Чего передо мной-то стоять? Мальчик все будет. Золотой. А ну пошла через моего острова!
That looks like a fun job, don't it? Guy sleeping on a pile of coal. Bit whack. It kind of reminds me of that scene of Monty Python of the monks beating themselves, but he's not essentially beating himself. He's abstaining from decadence as penance. But I gotta say, like I said, I spent 33 days in the desert on the holy mountain, thanking God every day for water. How many times in our lives do we thank God for water?
Слава тебе, Боже наш. Слава тебе.
I can only imagine what someone's saying now. Ah, look, it's an idol worshiper. He's a pagan.
Ныне и присно и во веки веков. Аминь.
Благословен Бог наш, всегда ныне и присно и во веки веков. Аминь. Слава тебе, Боже наш, слава тебе.
Слава тебе, Боже наш, слава тебе.
Слава Отцу и Сыну и Святому Духу, ныне и присно и от веков. Аминь. Пресвятая Троица, помилуй нас, Господи, очисти грехи наши, Владыка, прости беззаконие нашим, святые, посети, исцели немощи
Помяни,
наши,
Господи,
молитвы ради.
душу усопшего,
Помилуй, Господи,
раба
помилуй,
Твоего
Господи,
невинно
помилуй.
убиенного воина Тихона. Прости ему вся согрешения, вольные и невольные, и даруй ему царствие и причастие вечных Твоих благих и Твои бесконечные и блаженные жизни наслаждения.
Миром,
Tikhon
Господи,
is the man that he shot, just so you know.
в мире спасение душ наших, Господу,
Господи Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий, помилуй меня грешного. Господи Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий, помилуй меня грешного. Господи Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий, помилуй меня грешного. Господи, не оставить меня, Боже, не оставить меня, помоги мне, изведи из темницы душу мою, Господи. Боже, не остави меня грешного. Господи, помилуй, Господи. Помилуй меня, Боже, по велице милости Твоей и по множеству щедрот Твоих очисти беззаконие. Да и почему мы имя беззакония моих, греха моих очисти меня. Так и беззаконие я знаю, грех мой, Тебе единому согрешник лукавый, тобой спасатель. Я когда придешь и возлюбишь всех, и паче снега убелился. Слуху моему даси радости и веселье. Возрадуется кости смиренный. Отвратилится Твой от грех моих. Вся беззаконие моя очисти. Сердце чисто созижди во мне, Боже. И дух прав обнови в утробе моей. И не отвержи меня от лица Твоего. Духа Твоего Святаго не отымет меня.
Молитвами святых Отец наших, Господи Иисусе Христе, Боже наш, помилуй нас. Аминь. Отец Анатолий. Кто-то ручку сажу вымазал.
Ой, да кто же это? Это завистники, наверное.
Ну, вытереть надо.
Сейчас и минуту.
Ага. И дай мне тоже руку чем-то вытереть.
А нет ничего.
Как нет? Я тебе ветошно-хозяйственную нужду отпускаю.
Ну, нету, правда. Хочешь, зайди сам, посмотри. Ну, правда, у меня там сажа, грязь, уголь.
Ладно, ладно, тебе сколько не давай, все тебе мало.
Да.
Явился я тебе по поручению отца нашего, настоятеля Филарета. Ты благослови сего отца Филарета и живите с ним в мире. С преподобным преподобен будешь.
Что ты мне сейчас такое сказал, я не понял.
Отец Филарет проявляет милость к тебе и призывает жить в его покоях, дабы поправить твое пошатнувшееся здоровье.
А топить кто будет здесь?
Ну, на это место уже поставлен послушник Никодим.
Как же? Он же огня боится.
Все мы боимся гиены огненной.
Слушай, батюшка, отец его, благослови, я здесь останусь. Я здесь привык, все знаю. А то вон зима, снег. Топить же надо.
Да слышь, что я тебе говорю-то?
Да.
Отец Филарет милость к тебе проявляет.
Слушай, ты ведь грамоте учился?
Как бы не учился, начальником не поставили бы.
И священные книги читал?
Читал, даже много наизусть помню.
А вот я забыл, за что Каин брата своего Авеля убил.
Ты все шутки шутишь? Ты вон ручку лучше вытри.
Спаси Господи.
Грязи тут бы развел. Шутник. Благость какая.
Вот вечно ты меня пугаешь. Где ты только так ходить бесшумно научился?
А если хотите, подковки на бот себе сделаю, чтобы меня завсегда издали слышно было.
Я тебе сделаю. Это монастырь, а не конюшня. А если все себе подковы наделают, это какое что потом начнется? Как на ипподроме. А я потом ставки на вас делать, да? Что опять стряслось?
Осмелюсь доложить. Отец Анатолий.
Опять отец Анатолий? Что он еще натворил?
Вот здесь все написано.
Ну что ты мне свои каракули суешь? Чем мы не в горкоме? Если есть что сказать, говори. И чтобы я этого больше не видел.
Вот от чистого сердца невозможно больше терпеть. Первое. Лица и рук своих Анатолий никогда не моет. Второе. На службу всегда опаздывает. Третье. Постоянно к нему народ с материка приезжает. Ну не монастырь, это проходной двор какой-то получается. А вчера явился в храм, на одной ноге валенок, на другой носок, и запел гнусным голосом. Отче, братья, ропщут. А в высокоторжественные дни, хотя и участвует в богослужении, но не выходит на молебны, а разоблачает, уходит из церкви, за что был неоднократно лишаем трапезы.
Ой, ну ладно, хватит. У меня уже голова от тебя кругом.
У меня еще.
Где он сейчас?
Где ему быть? Вон, в котельной с мирянами. Чай пьют. Сахар. Позвать?
Да не надо, я сам к нему схожу. Да, а ты передал ему просьбу, чтобы он оставил послушание в котельне и перебрался жить ко мне в келью?
Передал.
И чего?
Он меня спросил, знаю ли я, за что Каин Авеля убил.
И за что?
Ну, вы меня совсем хотите обидеть.
Ладно, ладно, прости меня, грешного. Ступай, я с ним сам
Это ж я искренне, только от чистого сердца.
Иди, мой хороший, иди. Прости меня. Матерь Божья, Пресвятая Богородица, прости меня грешного, спаси и сохрани. Дай мне и братьям моим здоровья и силы. Пусть день будет радостным и безгрешным. Прости меня, Пресвятая Богородица.
Помножь чудо твоих, очисти беззаконие. Наипаче вам имя от беззакония. Сердце чисто созирди, Боже, и дух прав.
Подашь, Господи, оставление грехов всем прежде отшедшим в вере и надежде воскресения отцам, братьям и сестрам нашим, и сотвори им вечную память. Достойно есть, кого истину блажи, Тебя, Богородица, пресноблаженная, пренепорочная Матерь Бога нашего, стеснейшую Херувим и славу,
Батюшка! Батюшка, вот все домашнее. Помолитесь за мужа моего покойного, безвинно убиенного во время Великой Отечественной войны.
Садись, матушка, чаю попьем. Садись. Ну, рассказывай.
Часто он мне во сне являться стал.
И что говорит?
Ничего не говорит. Стонет и стонет. Видно, плохо ему там.
Сильно любил его.
Так я и сейчас его люблю. Мы прожили-то всего с ним полгодочка. А потом его забрали. И вот уж я, как есть, 30 лет вдова.
Ну ладно. Ради такой любви не грех и попросить. Пойду к отцу Анатолию, попробую. Человек он хоть и не святой, а начитанный. Может, какой-нибудь совет дельный даст. Поди-ка сюда. Я с ним пока разговаривать-то буду. Дверь открою, а ты вот здесь встань и все услышишь. Только тихо стой. Давай. Как звать-то его?
Михаил.
Как?
Михаил!
Батюшка, отец Анатолий, вдова тут пришла, просит помолиться за упокой убиенного воина Михаила.
Нечего поживым-то за упокойную службу заказывать. Как же? Она, говорит, он в 44-м голову свою сложил на поле брани. Ничего он не сложил. В плен он попал. Во Франции после победы на поселение остался. Сейчас вот болеет. Хочет повидать жену свою первую, любимую, перед смертью. Ну, нечего тут. Иди. Ну, все слышала. По живым, говорит, за упокойную не служим. Жив твой муж. Сейчас болеет. Во Францию тебе надо ехать. Болящего перед смертью утешить и своей рукой глаза ему закрыть. Ну, что смотришь? Исполняй.
Как же ты, батюшка? Я и во Францию.
А что? И во Франции люди живут.
Да как же, батюшка? Это ж кап-страна. Меня же не выпустят.
Не сомневайся, если отец Анатолий сказал выпустят, значит выпустят.
Да как же, батюшка, да у меня ж дом, корова, хозяйство. Хряка колоть надо.
Все продать подчистую.
Все?
Все подчистую. Слышь, продашь, не пожалеешь. За твоего хряка, я слышал, хорошие деньги дадут. Славный хряк. Ты знаешь, как бы я мясо ел, я бы тебя его сам бы купил. Правда?
Вы, батюшка, издеваетесь надо мной.
Ты мужа своего любишь? Ну вот исполняй предначертанное. Слушай, не мучай ты меня. Уезжай, а?
Господи, помилуй, Господи, прости, помоги мне, Боже, на моем пути. Я так слаб душою, телом так же слаб, и страстей греховных я преступный раб.
Братец, ну что ж ты подпорку-то повыше поставить не можешь, что ли? Белье на земле лежит. Так, Никодим, ты ко мне на склад зайди, там у меня ящики стоят. Так, а чего вас так мало сегодня? А ты чем здесь занимаешься?
Царю Небесному прошение хочу послать, чтобы еще одну зиму пережить. А то, братья, тяжело-то в мерзлоземе могилу долбить.
Слава богу, шутить начал, а то я думал, ты того.
О, видишь, поплыл. Поплыл.
Помолись за меня, отец Анатолий.
Это тебе впору за меня молиться. У меня грехов-то втрое больше твоего.
Чего ты такое говоришь-то?
Да ведь ты меня не любишь, отец Иов. Филарет тот любит, а ты ради него стараешься.
А за что тебя любить-то? Ты мимо моей кельи без шуток не ходишь. То ручку намажешь, то всякую дрянь подбрасываешь. Или, может быть, ты думаешь, я без твоих намеков о грехах своих не знаю, а?
Ладно. Забудем, брат. Прости ты меня грешного. Прости.
Не надо, я сам. Хорошо, хорошо. Давай на ручки возьму тебя. Не надо, я сам. Вот осторожно. Не надо, я сам. Хорошо, хорошо. Осторожно. Ой. Осторожно, у меня ложка.
Вы знаете, он с крыши сарая упал и сломал себе ногу. У него теперь бедро гниет. Уже 4 операции делали, ничего не помогает. Мы по всем профессорам ходили, по хирургам.
Мама, мне жалко.
Жарко, сейчас, подожди, сейчас дяденька нам поможет, подожди. По хирургам ходили, по врачам ходили, никто помочь не может, а у него бедро гниет.
Да ты садись. Устал, наверное. Садись.
Ой.
Как мальчик-то зовут?
Ванечка. Давай, ну, сейчас ты поможешь.
Так. Костыли давай пока уберем. Встань-ка, я чурбачок подвину. Вставай, вставай. Вот. Чурбачок его ставь.
Ой.
Не бойся. Не бойся,
Не
ставь.
буду, да.
Подержим. Так. Ванечка, я сейчас буду Богу молиться. И ты тоже Боженьку проси. Своими словами, как умеешь. Чтоб ножка прошла. Он добрый. Поможет. Должен помочь, видите, должен. Вот ты моя родная. Давай. Смирненько только стой.
Во имя Отца и Сына и Святаго Духа. Аминь. Слава тебе, Боже наш, слава тебе. Царю Небесную, Тешителю души истины, и же везде сы и вся исполняй, сокровища благих и жизни подателю прииди, и вселися в ныне, очистины от всякие скверны, и спаси блажи души наши.
Проси, Боженька, проси. Помоги. Помоги мне, пожалуйста, чтобы ножка никогда не болела и зажила.
Владыко, Вседержителю, святый царю, наказуя и не умерщвляй, утверждая неспадающий, возводя и низверженный, телесный человека в скорби исправляй. Молимся тебе, Боже наш, раба твоего Иоанна, небольствующий, посети милостью твоею, прости ему всякое согрешение вольное и невольное. Ей, Господи, врачебную силу твою с небесе не спасли, прикоснися телеси, угаси огневицу, укроти страсть и всякую немощь таящуюся. Буди врач раба твоего Иоанна, воздвигни его от огня болезненного и от ложа ослабления цело и все совершенно. Даруй его церкви твоей, благо угождающей и творящей волю твою. Твое бы есть, еже милостивый и спасательный Боже наш, и тебе славу воссылаем, Отцу и Сыну и Святому Духу, ныне и присно, и во веки веков. Аминь. Слава тебе, Боже. Слава тебе, Боже. Господи, помоги Ванечке, бедному. Исцели ножку ему. Господи, всемогущий Господи, помоги нам немощным. Слава тебе, Боже. Верую, Господи, помоги. Ну вот, Ванюша, теперь все будет хорошо. А теперь давай попробуй-ка сам, а? Давай.
Немножко ему нельзя.
Ничего.
Ой,
Не
даже-
волнуйся. Сам попробуй.
Осторожно.
Ну, погоди.
Ой.
Теперь
Ой,
сам пошел. О, молодец. Ванюша, а вот костылики теперь тебе больше не понадобятся. Да. Ты про них забудь.
Иди ко мне
Их
сюда.
понять.
Иди, мое солнышко. Ты мой мальчик. Ты мой золотой. Ну, так, мы пойдем. Спасибо.
Куда пойдем? Вам надо в монастыре остаться переночевать, потому что мы завтра с отцом Филаретом мальчика твоего в храме причастим. Хромать больше не будет никогда.
Я не могу остаться. Мне на работу надо.
Да что я тут с вами? В игры играю.
У меня билет на поезд.
И тебе что же? Сын родной дороже?
Да.
Или работа?
Мне на работу тоже надо.
Уйди. Уйди ты за глаз моих. Уйди. 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 Ой.
Стой! Стой! Стой назад! К берегу! Стой! Стой!
Что это делаете-то? Что это делаете-то?
Ну-ка, малец, иди сюда.
Вы что же это задумали-то?
Себя не жалеешь? Ребенка пожалей. Калека ведь останется.
Оставьте!
О, дрёха!
Оставьте его! Оставьте его! Что делаете? Оставь, Ваня! Ваня!
Пойдем. Не боись.
Оставьте его, Ванечка!
Не боись.
Ваня! Я с работы выгонят.
Ага. Любишь свою работу?
Я люблю свою работу, я очень люблю. Вы понимаете, мы проект задаем, и у нас полкб на работе ночует.
Да у вас там трубу прорвало, всех кипятком залило, и на 3 дня за свой счет всех и отпустили. Так что не переживай.
Ну откуда вы знаете, то зачем вы врете?
Я не вру. Вот когда узнаешь, тогда поздно будет. Поезжай, мать. Не для тебя.
Отец Анатолий, опять скандал учинил.
Слушай, возьми мальчика. Устрой его на ночлег. А завтра отец Филарет будет служить, так мы его почистим. Все.
А мальчик чей?
Устал.
Ну что нам теперь делать-то?
Ваш ребенок.
Куда нам теперь идти?
Ой, Господи. Что мне с вами делать? Пошли.
Блажен муж, и жени иди на совет нечестивых, и на пути грешных не ста, на седалище губителей не седя, но в законе Господнем воле Его, и закону Его поучиться день и ночь. И будет, яко древо насажденное у исходящих вод, аще плод свой даст во время свое, и лист его не отпадет, и вся деликаще творит успеет. Так он нечестивый, не так он, яко прах. Его же возметает ветер от лица земли, сего ради не возникнут нечестивые на суд, ниже грешницы в совет праведных. Яко весть Господь путь праведных, и путь нечестивых погибнет.
Ты что там делаешь?
Тебя дожидаюсь.
А почему ты в меня головней кидаешься?
Ну, случайно. Из рук вырвалось, смотрю, тут ты идешь. Ну,
понятно.
Ничего тебе не понятно.
Ну, давай слезай вниз.
Не хочу, мне и здесь хорошо.
На тебя пошли жалобы.
Сильный его сташа намя, и крепцы взыскаша душу мою.
И что же мне прикажешь делать с тобой, проказник?
Дивны дела твоя, Господи.
А ведь, говорят, ты разводишь суеверия и соблазняешь братью и народ.
Избави меня от клеветы человеческие.
Да ты не избавляйся, а рассуди, брат. Мне ведь как начальнику твоему требует тебя наказать.
Господь, просвещение мое и спаситель мой. Кого убоюсь?
Ну, смотри у меня. Я рассчитаюсь с тобой, проказник.
В Господе мзда моя и утешение мое у Вышнего. Господи, помилуй, Господи, прости, помоги мне, Боже, на моем пути. Я как слаб душою, так же слаб, и страстей греховных я преступный раб.
Отец Анатолий опять поворачивается не в ту сторону.
Поверни его на место.
Еда, братья, пожар! Пожар, братья! Тушите! Держитесь! Пожар!
А ты ведь знал о пожаре, проказник.
Сего никто не ведает, только един Бог.
Помнишь, главный мне под ноги бросил? Я ведь не забыл.
Многие скорби праведным, отец Филарет.
Что ж ты прямо не сказал? А главнями в меня швыряться начал. А я человек простой. Мне твои знаки непонятны.
Если злословят вас за имя Христова, Дух Божий почиет на вас.
Не увиливай, отвечай. Я все-таки твой начальник.
Блаженны вы, когда будут гнать и поносить вас и всячески неправедно злословить за имя мое.
Ой, замолчи, замолчи, замолчи!
Да не зайдет солнце в гневе вашем.
Вашими молитвами, отец Филарет, потушили пожар. Ой, келли ваш немного погорел, ну хоть курочку спасли. А я посмотрел,
Ну,
там убытки большие.
Раскудахтались, как курица. Вы, отецов, не у себя в конторе, а в храме Божьем. И нечего тут дела мирские обсуждать. Храм молитву любит. Прости меня, брат Лёха, погорячился я.
А это ваш келейник Амвросий виноват. Он керосин в лампу заливал, спичку зажег, обронил, да и полыхнул.
Понятно, понятно.
Ну, мы быстро отремонтируем. Единственное, задолго не выйдет. Поэтому...
Вот что я скажу тебе, отец Анатолий. Никогда я об игуменстве не мечтал. Всю жизнь хотел жить в пустыне, подвиг отшельничества на себя принять. Пожар-то это, думаю, знаком мне был, чтобы начал я подвижничество. Ты как считаешь?
Я человек не ученый, я ничего не считаю.
А я вот пришел к тебе, чтобы келью твою с тобой разделить, пока мою починит после пожара. Примешь?
Ты настоятель, тебе решат.
А где ж ты спишь?
А вот здесь.
Здесь? На угле?
Да, на угле прям, на угле. Хочешь, рядом ложись?
Да? Рядом?
Рядом.
А вот и хорошо. Будем вместе спасаться, молиться. Ой, и мыслям предаваться о Боге. Ой, и вечной жизни.
Только ты учти, сосед-то беспокойный, меня кашель бьет. А по ночам, прям посреди ночи, так вдруг петь захочется, хоть криком кричи. Ничего это тебе.
Я давно хотел тебя спросить. Ты почему-то, проказник, во время службы ведешь себя неподобающе. По уставу молиться-то надо. А если каждый по-своему начнет, это что ж тогда такое будет? Это так от церкви ничего и не останется.
Отец человек, какие у тебя хорошие сапоги.
Нравится?
Очень.
Ой.
Мягкие, наверное.
Очень мягкие. Только в них и могу ходить. Владыка подарил по доброте душевной. Знаешь, у меня ноги-то больные.
А одеяло-то еще лучше. Это тоже владыка.
Нет, это я в Греции купил, когда с митрополитом на Афон ездил.
Ну ладно. Давай спать.
А что это ты делаешь, отец Анатолий?
Читаю книгу грехов человеческих. Сейчас дочитаю, в печку ее, и нет греха.
Ты что ты творишь, окаянный?
Собираюсь теперь вторую страницу читать.
Какая же это страница? Когда это сапоги мои?
Другого нету. Все. Ты что, не знал, что на голенищах архиерейских сапог больше всего грехов-то умещается?
Шут ты гороховый! Чего у тебя заперто?
Сейчас бесов гонять будем.
Каких еще бесов?
Как каких? Ты ж сюда не проклятые.
А ну открой немедля!
Сейчас.
Открой!
Погоди, отец, погоди! Ты боишься? Ты сейчас! Вали! Вали! Ты смотри, куда забрался? Еще один, а? Как тебе? Вали! Вот они смотрели! Немного нам осталось. Сейчас нас моих полотили.
Ты зачем вытяжку закрыл?
Отец!
Держите меня! Держите, мать!
Осталось немного. Идите сюда. Вот находится, а? Эх ты, главного-то я это не забыл. Вот он попался. А там бесценный-то, а? Ух ты, маленький, а! Озной какой, а! Ах, такие его! Такие! Вот тебе!
Ну, что смотришь? Страшен я. Такое и есть.
А я ведь, брат, на тебя и не сержусь. Я, брат, тебе, наоборот, благодарен. Да, благодарен, что избавил ты меня от всего лишнего наносного. А я ведь и правда привязан был и к этим сапогам, и одеялу, а ты меня от них избавил. Спасибо тебе. А главное, показал ты мне, что веры во мне мало. Я ведь по-настоящему испугался. Ой, уморит он меня в своей кочегарке. Ой, уморит. Смерти испугался маловерный. Не готов, значит, я к встрече с Господом нашим. Испугался без покаяния перед смертью остаться. Добродетели во мне мало, а грехов много.
Добродетели? А мои-то добродетели смердят перед Господом. Воняют прямо. Чувствую, как воняют.
Ну, ты чувствуй. А через этого и спасешься.
Одно не пойму. За что мне все это? Почему именно через меня Господь наставляет? Вроде за мои грехи удавить меня мало. А меня тут чуть не святым сделали. А какой я святой? Мира нет в душе.
Тихо. Брат. Тихо, Петрович. Ты ж меня слышишь. Тихон, ты ж всю жизнь мою знаешь. Ты ж видишь, как замучился я. Не могу я больше. Ни жить нельзя, и умереть не могу. Братец, да ты ж моя надежда последняя. Ну, малодушный был. Ведь сколько лет ношу грех с собой, ни на минуту не отпускает. Простил ведь ты меня. Помолись-ка Господу, чтобы снял с души моей тяжесть.
Ложка стучит. Смотри.
Да, стучит, мы же едем. Чай.
Нет, я не хочу твою чаю.
Хорошо. Я хочу.
А что ты так на меня посмотрел потом? Нет, ты посмотрел. Пап, ты меня совсем не любишь, да?
Так вот, чего ты взяла? Я тебя люблю, доченька. Я тебя
Врешь.
люблю.
Врешь, не любишь совсем меня.
Зачем?
Я не хочу здесь. Я не хочу здесь сидеть.
Зачем?
Меня забирать все время.
Что?
Товарищ адмирал, я тут фрукты.
Кто привет?
Виноват.
Ты думаешь, я больная, да?
Ну что ты, доченька? Ты устала, и тебе нужно хорошенько отдохнуть. А?
А я больная. Очень больная.
Молитвами святых Отец наш, Господи Иисусе Христе, Боже наш, помилуй нас.
Аминь. Христос посреди нас.
И сейчас и будет. Ты зачем мне ладан и смирно прислал?
В среду хоронить будем.
И кого же?
Кому Бог присудил?
Ой, Господи, что ты?
Полной смерти омыли меня, и сети смертные окутали меня.
Ты что? Ах ты. И вправду? Умереть хочешь? А я тебе гроб закажу. Хочешь дубовый, хочешь сосновый. Какой хочешь?
Не надо ничего, готов гроб.
И где же он?
Да он на крыльце. Видал, ящик стоит.
Ой, ты даже помереть-то по-человечески и то не можешь. Может, все-таки гроб закажешь, а?
В ящике, батюшка, в ящике. Завещание мое такое. Аминь.
Вот что ты за человек такой, а? Ты даже помереть без выкрутасов не можешь. Все люди, как люди, в гробах лежат. Даже почтенных оптинских стасов. И тех в гробах хранили. А это ты посмотри, дайте ему ящик с канатами, а? Нет, ты понимаешь, что это гордыня, отец Анатолий, гордыня это пойми. Гордыня, понимаешь? Гордыня!
Ну ты ж меня любишь, отец его. Правда? Любишь?
Я тебя терпеть не могу, старый хрыч. А ты вот меня спрашиваешь, за что Каина Авеля убил? А я тебе скажу. Я ведь тоже хотел, как ты, людям помогать. Да не принимает моих жертв Господь. Да что я стал разговаривать?
Погоди. Когда умру, плакать будешь?
Настя, что с тобой? Ну что с тобой? Все развлекаешься, отец Анатолий? Говорят, ты помирать собрался, проказник.
Доложили уже.
Жаль мне терять тебя. Я вот о чем подумал. Хочу постричь тебя в схиму.
Это что ж, жил земной жизнью, живот свой от правосудия спасал, а теперь от всего отречься? Нет, отец, даже не думай. И слышать не хочу.
Ну вот о чем это ты?
О чем? Грехи жгут, прям всю душу сожгли.
Ну, опять непонятками говоришь, брат. А нет того греха, который Господь не мог бы простить, потому что нет для него ничего невозможного. Ну хватит уже.
Ничего. Ты ж не одна приехала.
Папа мой. Там.
Как звать?
Настя.
Да не тебя. Отца твоего как звать?
Тихон Петрович. А он у меня адмирал.
Адмирал?
Да.
Это хорошо, что адмирал. Иди, погуляй.
Простите, она у меня больная. С вами что? Помочь? Позвать кого?
Да нет, это у меня в душе ангелы поют.
Извините, она у меня не в себе. Я ей врачам показывал, и в Москву возила. Ничего не помогает. Говорят, у вас здесь, в монастыре, старец есть. Если он не поможет, я не знаю, что и делать.
Давно это с ней?
С тех пор, как муж ее погиб. 4 года, 6 месяцев. В Баренцевом море. Подводником был. Скажите, старец этот ваш, он сумасшедших лечит?
Она не сумасшедшая.
А что ж тогда с ней?
Бесноватая. Бес в ней сидит и мучает.
Это уж совсем как-то дико звучит, не извините. А вы откуда знаете?
Я с ним лично знаком.
С кем?
Да с бесом этим.
Настя! Дочка, ты где? Настя! Настя! Идем отсюда. Идем. Настя! Стой! Куда? Настя! Настя!
Так. Цыпа. Ну, вылезай, приехали.
Нет. Я не пойду с вами.
Надо, милая.
Да нет, ну что вы, я устала. Вы идите, а я тут посижу. Нет, я не пойду с вами. Не пойду. Какой вы гадкий человек. И остров ваш гадкий. Да я не пойду с вами.
Надо.
Нет, я не
Что
пойду.
делать? Надо, да не бойся.
Нет, я не пойду.
Будет хорошо. Пойдем.
Я не хочу.
Ничего делать.
Нет, я не хочу.
Во имя Отца и Сына и Святаго Духа. Аминь. Господи Иисусе Христе, Сыне Божий, да будет на все святая воля Твоя. Да воскреснет Бог, да растучатся врази Его, да бежат от лица Его ненавидящие Его. Яко исчезает дым, да исчезнут. Яко тает воск от лица огня, так и да погибнут беси от лица любящих Бога и знаменующихся крестным знаменем и в веселье глаголящих. Радуйся, пречестные животворящий кресте Господень, прогоняя и бесы, силою пропятого на тебе Господа нашего Иисуса Христа, в ад сшедшего и поправшего силу дьяволю, и даровавшего нам тебе крест свой честный на прогнание всякого супостата. О, пречестный и животворящий кресте Господень, помогай мне со святою Госпожею, Девою Богородицей и со всеми святыми во веки. Аминь. Слава тебе, Боже. Господи, Боже, помоги нам немощным. Аминь. Ну вот, теперь все хорошо. Поплачь, поплачь. Ничего, поплачь.
Спасибо вам. Извините, простите, я не знаю, как вас благодарить. Настеньку не узнать. Светится все.
Да это нам надо Бога благодарить. Вы теперь зайдите в храм, там Настю надо исповедовать и причастить, тогда все будет хорошо. Вы сами-то исповедоваться не желаете?
Что-то я вас не понимаю, извините.
Идем, сейчас все объясню. Идем, идем. Да ты не бойся, адмирал. У меня же здесь не проверка, не первый отдел.
Да я, собственно, никого не боюсь. Я свое отбоялся. Я действительно не понимаю, зачем я вам нужен.
В 42-м в плен я попал. Пацан совсем. Немцы мне жизнь предложили в обмен, чтобы я своего товарища расстрелял.
А где вы служили?
Здесь и служил. На Северном флоте.
И как того товарища звали?
А я не помню. Старше он меня был, шкипер вроде, буксир водил. Ну что ж ты меня не спрашиваешь? Расстрелял я его.
Ну и расстрелял ты его?
Расстрелял. И как мне с этим жить, я не знаю.
Я не знаю. А зачем ты мне об этом рассказываешь?
Да старый я. С такими грехами помирать страшно. Боюсь.
Ты не бойся. Помирай спокойно, батюшка. Знал я того моряка. Живой он оказался. Ты тогда только руку ему прострелил. Взрыв случился, он за борт упал и за доску схватился. А на утро там его свои нашли.
Прости ты меня. Прости за все, а?
Давно простил. Я ж думал, что тебя и в живых нет. Думал, ты тогда вместе с баржей.
Тихон, иди с миром. Господь с тобой.
Ну вот, а? Держу. О. Ну. Спасибо, Господи, Боже. Добрая работа. Мы его сначала шкуркой, потом лаком сверху прошлись. Гарнитур. Хоть в гостиную вместо буфета ставь. А? Нравится?
Ну что ж ты наделал? Мне же гроб нужен, а не буфет.
Я для тебя стараюсь. Хотел как лучше. А тебе все не нравится. Ну, хочешь, давай я наждак принесу, и тут в раз дерем. Или этим углем твоим выможем. Ты мне скажи, что ты хочешь. Я все для тебя сделаю, отец Анатолий.
Слушай, батюшка, отец Иов, прости ты меня, дурака старого, а? Ну и за сажу эту прости, и за Каина, и за буфет этот. Господь с ним.
Ладно, ладно.
Прости, Христа ради.
Не будем старым вспоминать. И ты меня прости.
Несправедлив я к тебе.
И ты меня прости, Христа ради. Прости, отец.
Ну и Бог простит.
Да.
Слава тебе, Господи.
А вот, смотри, давай вот я угля возьму и вот, смотри. Смотри, как получается. Смотри, сначала в раз чистим эту всю. Смотри, как ты хочешь, смотри. Отец Анатолий, отец Анатолий.
Тетю, помоги. Ну вот, хорошо. А теперь поди, скажи отцу Филарету, что раб Божий Анатолий представился.
Да как же это? Отец Анатолий, а умирать-то не страшно.
Умирать не страшно. Страшно будет перед Богом стоять. Грехи давят.
А мне как же жить?
Все грешники. Живи, как живешь. Только греха большого не сделай. Ну ладно. Поговорили и хватит. Иди. Иди, милый, иди. Иди с Богом. Господи, прими душу мою грешную.
Nope, that's not what I want. Here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's just a powerful movie. What can I say? So, what are your thoughts, Daniel? I think I've went on and on enough.
I didn't get too much of the start, so. But I like the atmosphere, and I think I'm gonna watch it again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I kind of feel bad because sport. You got the punchline. You know how the movie ends, and so. But yeah, I think it's still a good watch all the way through. Most likely.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, yeah, I watched it a half dozen times, and I still get moved by it. So I'm sure you'll still enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, again, I'm trying to bide my time because I don't want to say too much. I don't want to ruin the movie. But what are your thoughts about the whole jurisdictional stuff and all that?
What does that mean?
Yeah, just like the whole and that was just a small tidbit, just a part that I'm want to emphasize because I'm being like that. But long story short, about the church politics, like the ethnicity issue there in the middle of the movie about the. I mean, it's hilarious. It is funny about the Greek blanket, the plush blanket, and how it's like the chief of demons and is drowning it.
Well, it did invoke several. It wasn't one-dimensional. If you get my points.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It was multifaceted because you get both all the extremes, and you have like the woman and what do you call it, the priest.
Well, I think, I don't know if he was a priest. I don't think he was actually officially a priest. He was just a regular monk. I mean, they're calling him father because the Orthodox, they call the monks father as well.
Right. Okay.
But
good soundtracks as well.
Pardon? Oh yeah. Yeah, and the cinematography. I mean, it's nice. It was nice. I kind of thought it made the movie drag a bit. I think probably could have cut down on it, but it was nice. So I'll give them that. I mean, the acting, a lot of the acting was brilliant. Even the little boy. Were you here for the when the little boy came to Father and Totally?
No.
Okay. I will ruin that, but there was some really good acting there too. Yeah.
Again, that atmosphere was really great, and the height of the camera wasn't so high, so it got a little bit of like claustrophobic, not claustrophobic, but it felt Russian to say the least. Like you were in Russia or someplace like that.
Speaking of which, I don't know if that was you or someone else who said that Russian movies don't have a copyright. Was that you?
No, but I have seen a lot of Russian movies on YouTube. They used to, and they're open a lot of times.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, because this one had when I pre-screened it, they came back at me with a mid-grade. I mean, they either say it's not allowed. Well, actually, there's another grade. They'll say it's not allowed, or there's some restrictions in some countries. That happens too sometimes. Or this mid-grade where they'll say it's someone else has it, but it's allowed to be used. And that's the one that tends to be the most problematic. And
I guess you can never be safe with that, but no need to be anxious about it, I guess.
Apparently not. Well, I mean, yeah, the last screening I did was one that had no issues, which is the best grade you can get, so to speak. Like it should be no issues. Yet they interrupted the stream, so I don't know.
That's very inconvenient. Like you prepare time, you're gonna watch it, and then in the middle of the movie, it just gets shut down.
Yeah, especially if I'm not prepared. I mean, from now on, I'll know to at least prepare my audience to be ready to migrate to Rrummble, because they're
Yeah.
still showing on Rrummble, but not on YouTube.
Rrummble.
Yeah.
Are
Sorry.
you on X? Do you use X?
I am. Can you stream on X?
I don't know. I'm not. I don't have an account.
Yeah, I am, just for the sake of advertising. And once in a blue moon, I'll post things on there. But I forget to post my live streams. I need to start doing that.
Have you considered maybe trying TikTok?
I have. They didn't allow me to open an account for some weird reason.
Okay.
Yeah, Instagram too.
Yeah, I think you would like it. Like, there's a lot of you can discuss with people, and yeah, me for one likes to do that, so it's fun.
That's a good point. I did Discord for a minute. I was following someone called Mike the Cop, and they were just going to Discord. That was the first time I heard about it, and I tried that. And they kicked me off. They said I was spamming about the lockdown and stuff, even though they're also anti-lockdown. They got mad at me for posting that stuff on Discord, which was really weird. So they banned me, and I just I didn't like the idea of Discord to begin with. So
I think you just need to avoid all that. You need to make a complete remake of your alias, make a new account everywhere, because apparently you're being targeted, or they have the algorithm on you. They know.
That's
when you get one strike, you get usually it's easier to get another one.
That's a great point. I was going to say, but I'm how do I guess I would notify my following to follow me to that new place, I guess.
Yeah,
So
and you probably get more followers also.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's ironic. I mean, I don't. It's a catch-22 for me, because I'm trying to get people to get off of media. So
I know. I'm also like, should I stop or should I stay?
Well, yeah, me too. I mean, I'm public about it because it affects me.
I don't think like there's so much I can do, but I also can't just sit still. I feel, not say anything.
Well, yeah. So I've stopped following a lot of the folks, and it's been great. Like, I'm not as emotional as I used to be, not upset. But on the flip side of that, now, because I'm a creature of habit, I'm so used to spending so many hours every day doing that stuff. Like, now I get bored, I get restless. So I need yeah.
Well,
but I have so much to do anyways. Like, patching up this home and my children's books and all that. So it's also been a blessing, because now I've got more energy and more focus to get more focused on that stuff. So
that's good. If you get momentum, it's easier. I can't say the same. I need to get my ass off this couch.
it's not easy, especially with all the anxiety they bombard us with. It's it kills motivation. I think it's by design
the
too.
winter darkness and the cold.
Right. Right. I mean, when I say that, haven't they been saying for a couple of years now the winter of darkness is coming, or am I the only one that caught that? Is that just me?
No, I think everybody heard it.
Okay.
They forget.
Yeah, but we're here, and it's unfortunate. These fuel prices that Slim was talking about. It's I mean, I'm suffering from it too, but I feel like I'm at least mentally prepared, whatever that's worth. But for those people that weren't seem to not have been expecting it. Yeah.
You have like water and some supplies in case.
Right.
Yeah. You live in the mid Americas, along the Midwest, Mideast.
Yeah, the heartland. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
The Midwest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, are you asking me where I am?
Yeah.
My apologies. No. Yeah, I'm abroad actually. I'm coming from, well, I don't want to say, but because I just I give Muslims so much hell. I want to be careful not to dox anyone else. I don't want to say too much about where I've been and all that, even where I'm at. But let me just say, I'm not in the Midwest. I'm abroad right now.
It sounds like you have gotten a bit more sun. Or air, shall I say?
No, I'm just laughing at Slim. I'm not going to put it on screen, but I don't know if you can see what he's saying in chat. All right, Slim. God bless you, man. And have fun. Have fun with the wee lad. I know it's fun. I know you complain about it, but I know it's a ton of fun too. But he's like pretty much all but putting his address in chat. It's like, screw those Muslims. Here I am. Come get me.
Come get me.
Yeah,
there's a lot of Muslims to debate on TikTok. I promise you.
Yeah, I don't. So I'm not trying to. I did that recently, and with a friend of all people. I really regret that. I knew not to go up anyway. But yeah, I'm not. I don't like debates. I really hate that stuff.
They tend to get very toxic.
I mean, they serve their purpose. Like the Christian apologists, one, they're informing us. Like I knew nothing about this stuff before all this. Of what following these guys for a couple of years now and learned tons. I had no idea. So that's fruitful.
Yeah,
but
I'm kind of done with it after 1.5, 2 years with it.
Yeah.
So now I much rather enjoy like helping or answering other Christians with their questions, or people who have maybe want to join or are thinking about it.
Good call. And should I put this up there?
Has a Hebrew voice.
I don't know what a Hebrew voice means,
yeah,
but all right.
maybe I'm from a tribe or something. Who knows?
Actually, I got an idea, but I don't want to say that because that would be anti-Semitic. That would be officially anti-Semitic, so I don't want to go there.
Yeah, best not to.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like after a couple of years, you've pretty much, I don't want to say learn everything there is about Islam, but it tends to be repetitive on top of that. So, but like you're saying, with those guys, they've got to do that. They cut it because they're reaching new audience members, and so not to mention we run out of content anyway. But they're also being effective in that they do reach Muslims, and so I'm not going to condone them for doing that for sure. I'm burnt out on myself, and I don't like debates, even though I come on here and I'm griping all the time. Yeah, I actually don't like debates. Like even though I feel like I end up having debates a lot. Like I'm confrontational. I'm trying to figure myself out here. This is I'm on the couch, as we say in America. I'm having a psychology moment, but yeah, I don't know. It's just weird that I hate debates. They annoy me, but for some reason I end up always debating people, so it's kind of weird.
I think it's only human. That's why we like to watch sports and cage fighting and negativity on the news and anything that just spikes up our adrenaline a little bit. But certainly it's not good to do it all the time. But sometimes.
That's an interesting point. So, yeah, how do you feel about the movie, the character, the portrayals? Is that some of the stuff that you saw when you jumped in?
It's not
Is it-
what I expected when at first when I jumped in. There was a lot of emotional vibrancy, you could say, or contrast. And very good, like you mentioned, good acting from
Yeah.
all people.
Yeah, that chick was hot, right? Even as batshit crazy as she
I mean,
was, I was like,
she wasn't bad, but she was pretty okay. Something
Pretty okay, yeah.
special. You know, you don't want the only just pretty, but she had some unique qualities.
yeah, like, yeah, it's
Was she
weird.
is she Russian or Ukrainian or something?
I honestly don't know. I didn't do any research on the production value because it's a Russian movie, so I didn't focus on that at all.
Because I think she had a little bit like an olive skin, or what you call it. Yeah, not as white as I would imagine a Russian.
That's a good point. I didn't notice that. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, like Belarusian, maybe. Well, I even actually, let's see. Well, from what I hear, Belarusian's even whiter. I don't know. But she did have that ginger hair, so maybe. Yeah. What about the miracles and this stuff and the exorcism and all that stuff? What are your thoughts on that? Yeah.
I didn't get it as an exorcism. I thought I was just getting like how the I don't know. Had they been stuck there for a while? Why was they on that place for all that time?
You mean the father and daughter? Yeah, they just came to visit, just pretty much near the end of the movie, their story, because he had nowhere to go, and even though he obviously was atheist when he got there, um, a, a military leader in the communist army, no less, which I didn't even think about before today for some reason. Even though I've watched this movie so many times, that somehow escaped me. But yeah, he was atheist, and but he had nowhere else to turn. So, and he kept hearing these things, and he was desperate. And so he said, "All right, let's give it a shot." And he brought his daughter to the island, and immediately regretted it because he's talking about, he's acting crazy, and he's talking about all, he's waiting for some kind of scientific healing, and then he hears, "Well, your daughter's not crazy; she's possessed." And he's like, "Okay, let's get out of here." I think that's a common reaction.
Yeah, definitely.
What about the other stuff? Like, did you catch the premonition when he knew like something bad was about to happen? He was trying to warn everyone else in a very weird way. Instead of just saying, "Hey, something's going to happen," he was just trying to give him hints. Did you catch that one?
No, my phone is it has water damage, so it has a screen of white layer and a black layer.
Fantastic.
So that's not everything I can pick up.
Okay. All right, so I don't want to spoil that for you, but what do you think about the gifts in general, like these kinds of things? If you don't mind, like I feel like I'm interrogating
Like
you. I'm just
in real life? No, it's okay. But you mean in real life or in the
Yeah.
setting of movie?
Yeah, in real life.
I choose to take distance from it.
Mhm.
I do.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't want it. I don't think I need it.
Do you mean like the supernatural stuff in general, or the gifts?
That's hard to say. I don't know. That depends. It's so it's something more personal. So
Yeah, that's fine.
I
Yeah,
try
I
to not
apologize.
give it. I try to not give it too much weight. It's not that I'm not. I don't accept it or don't want it, but I'm
Yeah.
just open. I'm always open. Always.
Yeah, I understand. Like, I kind of like I find myself doing that a lot too. I kind of put it in this frame, like hearing you now. Kind of, I don't know. I've got to wonder, but usually I frame it in the way that I don't want to give Satan and his minions too much power.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I don't trust myself enough. You could say.
Yeah. Well, there's wisdom in what you're saying too, because there's church leaders. At least I'm not well versed at all, really, in the church fathers. So I don't want to pretend I know what they say about it. But I know church leaders will argue that you need to be careful when you're like the character in the first book that I recommended walks around reading the Philokalia, and they say that's a really deep reading that should be done with some guidance. And the same thing even with the Jesus prayer, which we saw this character in this movie sing over and over again. Jesus Christ, have mercy on me.
Yeah. 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 It depends on the frame of mind. Also, for me personally, lately I've felt like a distance from God, but I haven't felt bad for it. Just a need to not, just take a break. You could say. But it's much better now, and
Good.
so yeah, it's always challenging to wrestle with God and faith and all that
Yeah.
stuff, because it's not just faith; it's also life and the balance of things, and you can get caught up in your own head and feelings, so you don't always know.
Yes, exactly.
I can't judge myself for what I have done or what I might do. It's just what I'm doing right now. I'm good with that. How about you?
No, that's spot on. Is exactly right. And yeah, I mean, I think that's one of my biggest problems is that I take too many breaks. I get a little too lax about my relationship with God, and not keeping that fire going, not keeping that bond strong. And it's easy to slip into a mode of even slight agnosticism without even realizing it in the process.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's always a balance, because if you try to force it, then again it won't be natural. So just be good to yourself, just be good to yourself.
Well, that's one of the things that it's not my biggest concern, but it is certainly a concern, and it's something that does cross my mind. Like I don't even go to church in the world regularly, where monks. You don't. This movie didn't do it as much justice. I mean, you only saw like a night service, which is not exactly the way it goes. They're praying. I mean, some of them, it depends on the monastery and the abbot, really. But some of them are, sorry, go ahead.
No, you can continue.
No, I was just going to say, like, some of them keep all the services, all the hours, and I can't even remember what they are, but there's I don't know, over a dozen services. Like, let's go around the clock. Like, they'll wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning to do a service, for example.
Wow.
Yeah, and then they'll go back to bed, take a nap a few hours, and then right in the morning, right before sunrise, do another one.
So there's no room for You can't be creative or take breaks in such an environment at all. Like, is it so strict?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was missing Slim's messages. Sorry, Slim. Yeah.
Even the Pope has sold the globalist. Sold that to globalist.
Poor guy. Yeah, it's just join the club. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a bit of a tangent here, but I mean, look. Yeah, so that's a complete tangent. I shouldn't have put that up. That's because we're on a roll here with some really significant discussion. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can't change the world by changing yourself. I mean, that's might be overstating it a bit, but again, it depends on the position that you are. If you're in a position of where you're in power or in contact with those who are in power, you can change the world by changing yourself. But yeah, I think that's where it all starts. Sorry, go on.
I talked with someone about that, and I would maybe call myself a little deterministic in that case, that I don't feel like I should try to change the world, because I don't know if my if it will be any positive or negative. But again, I can't like not do anything either. So again, it's complicated.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do what you can, as the Greeks say. Do what you can. It's not an excuse. It's just exactly a realization, acknowledgement of what you're saying. I mean, there's only so much we can do, but in the same breath, do what you can.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just say about the Pope here, like, take it up with the Pope.
Get rid of the Pope.
Yeah. I mean, no, seriously though, like, to put it differently, what I'm trying to say here is like, I find that a lot of people who are not Catholic spend a lot of energy on what the Catholics are doing, which is, it's interesting because we had a character here, one of the supporting characters in the movie was this Cain character, like he's being referenced or compared to Cain. He's always obsessing about what Father Antoli is doing, no matter what's, even in the middle of the service, the guy's at the chanter stand, probably a leader, and then he just right in the middle of the service, he stops what he's doing to go complain about what Father Antoli is doing. So in the process, he's being a hypocrite, right? It's like he's deviating himself from the service to go complain about someone. You know, you should. So just so you'll know, I've had training in this. The last thing you do when you're at the chanter stand is worry about what the attendees are doing, and that's not to be apathetic or whatever, but you have a job, a very, very important job, and that's to focus on the hymnology, which are prayers. You're supposed to be there praying, being prayerful. So if you're instead wandering, your eyes are wandering, you're worried about what this person did, that you're not praying. Not to mention, you're supposed to be the leaders of these prayers.
Yeah, I have observed that in a couple of cases in my church, but I think they handle it pretty well. I wouldn't have done it in those cases, because sometimes people can get very, emotional, or they do stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and sorry, go ahead.
No, I wasn't about to say. I was just laughing for myself.
Okay, yeah. So this next comment, and I agree. I mean, that's what we're saying. Like, you do what you can, absolutely, but do what you can, because you still have limits. Like, you're not going to change the Pope unless you've got contacts or you're close to them or something, that or you're in those circles. I would imagine you got to at least be Catholic. I could be wrong, but you can influence those around you.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what gives me the most like joy, because that's the only thing that stays with me for the longest times, like the small things I can do for others. But I have a tendency to like overshoot and then get burned out, so I just have to take those things into account. That's
Well
just
said.
like me personally. So
No, it's not just you personally. No, I'm going through the same thing. Like,
okay,
oh,
then
that's yeah, perfectly put too. Overshoot. That's perfect word for it. And that's why I had a beef with a good friend. It really was. I was overly, well, I don't want to say overly concerned, but maybe. I mean, I was extremely concerned about what his audience was hearing and how that's infecting them, and therefore I got defensive. And because I was defensive, I came at him the wrong way. I started attacking him instead of having a conversation. And that, of course,
yeah,
that's
I
not gonna.
did the same to my friend also about
Really,
faith.
the
And then I
irony.
just I realized that this is just not not good. But we learn from it, both of us, so we laugh about it now. It's easy, like, but with friends, you should be able to be a little feisty against each other, and well, yeah, know each other.
Yeah, I mean, it is common. Like it's just bad when. Yeah, I mean, part of that exchange that I'm talking about, it definitely was ego. It was ego on both sides. I knew not to go up there to begin with because that environment, when you're in front of a bunch of people, automatically that's going to be a
Yeah, and you won't win in anything.
right. I mean that always sets you up for ego to interfere.
Yeah, I try to change like his mind, and then if you try to change anyone's mind, they only dig their heels even further down. So, and I even knew that from experience. I knew that before, so shouldn't have done that. But
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I mean, yeah, I knew the environment was bad. That should have waited. And yeah, exactly. It's just was talking to him before. I knew that he can be a bit, yeah, as you said, digs his heels in.
yeah,
So, and both happened, but yeah, more happened. Which the latter part was a bit bad, but I set him up for that too because of my then I prompted his reaction. So I can't really, um, I don't say blame him for that. I mean, he's responsible for his own actions,
no,
but I
exactly.
set him up for that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's what you expected from him. So
Yeah,
you have
exactly. I
to.
mean, yeah, exactly. It's like if I know something bad's going to happen and I go do it anyway, can I really blame the other person?
Yeah. What I did, I just he's Catholic, and I bring him to church sometimes. But he didn't have any Bible, so what I did was I reconciled by giving him a Bible, and then. But I don't think he has read it.
No, I was about to say that's yeah, it could probably came off the wrong way. I would imagine
So now I
information was
want
taken.
to ask if I can get it back.
Oh boy. Yeah, I paid money for that, man.
No, I got it free. I just went to a church and asked.
All right. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, it could be worse. It's just, yeah, it could be worse. And I got set up for an ambush, but I guess, I don't know. I feel like I might be building, like now I'm like taking this argument and kind of spreading it all over the place. And so it's getting a bit out of control because of me. Um, and well, not because of me, and I'm the source of the problem, but in that I'm kind of fueling the fire by, doing what I'm doing. So
Yeah, but you are you, you know.
yeah, it just concerns me. Like, I'm gonna do a stream coming up. There's a couple of movies that I want to watch. Um, that would fall. There's more than that, but that would fit well for this. So, but it's the discussion about faith alone, which this movie even kind of touched on.
Faith alone, not the
Yeah,
church.
yeah. Well, I honestly don't know that much about what we call Protestantism, non-Catholics or non-Orthodox. So I mean, to be fair to myself, and I'm saying this to premise that I'm not trying to be disrespectful toward towards Protestants, but I honestly, I can't even remember the name of good friends after a while. Like, I'm really bad with names, with titles. I'm just one of those people. So I'll hear these things about this Protestant branch and that one,
Yeah.
and then it might stick for I don't know, a couple of minutes, and then I'll forget again.
Yeah, I always felt like we are the same in many ways, and me too. With the names, I forget it the next hour.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I feel better now.
But are you Catholic or Orthodox?
I'm Orthodox. Yeah, I was born Orthodox. I say.
Yeah, we don't have too many Orthodox, if any, where I am unfortunately. But the Protestant, they're very, very different from each other.
Yeah, yeah,
They
no
are.
doubt.
But I
Yeah.
wish there was more more, traditional church around. I'm not so fan of Catholic churches. They
Yeah.
have all this. I know that they require that to do some, what they call it. No, yeah. Anyways.
Penance? I'm not sure, to be honest. I
No,
really don't know much
it's
about.
just too formal. It's like
I see.
now you sit down, now you stand up, and I'm more used to
Rituals.
I'm more used to the communal, just people, and some people dance, some people just go all over the place.
Mm. Yeah, and as far as the Protestant thing goes, in there being different Protestant branches, I believe me, I get it. I hate the label Protestant, but for whatever reason, that's the label they use for everyone else. I don't know how that came about.
Yeah.
And then up until recently, I was actually including Mormons in the Protestant umbrella. It was 4 Mormons that, and I heard some murmurs before, but nobody was really saying anything. But yeah, watching his streams, I was like, whoa, okay, yeah, I'll definitely never do that again.
Yeah, no, I visited one some years ago, and I wasn't particularly drawn into it, to say the least. But I found a Pentecostal church here, very close by where I live, and of course it's just very old people. But I like it. I like the spiritual food. Like, they're very, very good at articulating, and they know a lot, and yeah, they have much guidance to give. So I like that part, and that's what I like best to going to church. Not particularly the singing you get many other places. It's good that too, but it's not why I'm there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess what you're raised in plays a large role. Like, I mean, just to put it in perspective, I know I would imagine that you've seen Muslims, those that at least that are actually willing to have a dialogue. They'll go onto those apologist sites, like maybe CP's or somebody's, and or Avery's. He's really
Yeah,
good
they
at
go
that.
everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, some of them that actually have a dialogue and they're honest about it, and you see them coming to terms with the reality of Islam, and you can see the pain, you can see their suffering,
Oh yeah,
their
it's so
disillusionment.
sad.
Yeah,
Yeah, they just break. They just break.
yeah,
But I think most of that I have observed, they already been prepared, kind of prepared. They had questions, and
Mm.
they are honest. And maybe they don't do it the first time, but when I come back, you can feel it in their voice. You don't have to look at them even.
yeah,
And it's
yes,
true, because it's really you don't do what you're what it says in the teachings.
I mean, let's hope not. You mean their teachings?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Yeah. It's all culture. They haven't been taught anything. They just say they're Muslim and that's it.
Yeah.
Mostly.
And that's kind of, I could be wrong, but I feel like that's fairly common across the board with a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I haven't had the Bible for a while because I gave it away. But so I had to use my phone, and it's a little more like I like to have it in my between my hands. But when I use my phone, I can switch between translations, and I can search keywords and passages much quicker. So it's been good in a way that too.
all right. Since you brought it up, and I was actually going to bring it up earlier in the stream, and I forgot, and you just reminded me. So thank you for that. And it's just so you'll know, there's not like an attack or anything. Just FYI, I was actually literally going to bring this up earlier in the stream. Yeah, Four Moments and I, we were doing a little, let's say, Bible study, impromptu kind of. It wasn't exactly a Bible study, but we're having a discussion, and then we're looking into some things. It came up that I had recently found this inserted line on the website Bible Gateway. And Bible Gateway is the one I've been going to lately because Bible Hub asked me to accept its cookies suddenly. They switched over to making that mandatory, which I don't ever do for any site. So I started going to Bible Gateway instead.
Mm.
And by the way, Bible Hub they've made available the book of Barnabas. I mean, so their sketch. But Bible Gateway inserted a line. I can't remember which gospel it is. It might be Matthew, or I mean, it's definitely Matthew. But the one we're looking at, I think, was a different one. But at any rate, they included the line where two men are lying together, one will be taken. That is not.
Yeah.
You're
like
familiar with it.
when they're on their farm, like one will be working on the farm. No, two people will be working on the farm, and one will be taken away.
See, now that's the correct. That's a correct. You see, you have it memorized. Me too. I had it memorized from reading it in a printed Bible. And when I saw that on digital version, it literally explicitly says, two men will be lying together, not in the field working, or not two women grinding the millstone.
Yeah,
but two men. Before that, they included a line: two men will be lying together, and then they included those other two things.
Really?
Yes.
It's funny that you say that because I just noticed that today myself, and they also removed a lot of passages. So I wasn't too happy with that either.
Yep, and just like this movie, this English subtitles, they include Gehenna. I mean, you could say that's Hebrew, but
yeah, I don't like that. I have to back it up, I think, because one day it's all different. So, yeah.
But I've also noticed these online Bibles, they use the word infidel, which is never in the Bible. So they're doing all kinds of crafty things, and I'm putting this out as a word of warning for everyone.
Yeah. I usually use King James, but
either way, my point is the digital Bibles, you need to be careful. The older print that you got, the better. The digital ones are doing all kinds of crafty things.
yeah, I know. I noticed. It's not just today. It's been over, a long period.
Okay.
So that's why I think I have to back it up digitally also, because I can't buy all the books.
Then there's that. That's a good point. That's a great point.
I think for me at least, it's very important to understand where the text come from and the root words and what they actually mean. Sometimes I just need to I don't need that, but sometimes I need to go deeper also.
Yeah. All right. Can I, since we're talking about things, talk about my beef? I just got to put it out there. I really don't want to. I'm really torn about this, but I'm a schmuck. I just I can't help myself.
Be yourself, man.
Be myself, and may God have mercy on my soul. But it's just the line of this Russian movie about the Greeks and their decadence. So let me put this on screen. This is Pandalemon Monastery. I don't know how to say it with in the English accent.
Can you zoom in?
Is that better? Let me see.
I can try to. Okay, is it?
Let me just do this picture by
green?
picture. No, that's
Yeah.
not. That's not working. Let's do that.
What is that?
That's a monastery on Mount Athos. That's the Russian monastery.
Okay.
So they have their own monastery that they built and paid for, ground up. And believe me, by leaps and bounds, it's the most luxurious monastery on
Yeah, it
Mount
looks
Athos.
so. It looks like yeah, Moscow. The parliamentary.
That's a good point. So, yeah. So for them to be putting that line in the movie about the Greeks and their decadence, you go to other places on Mount Athos, Anyway.
Well, it's yeah.
Yeah, I just got to put that disclaimer. I know what I just did is evil, but I can't help myself.
No, it's not evil. It's a good observation. Maybe it was meant to be there. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice one. I've never been to it. I mean, so definitely want to go out visit, but I mean, I prefer the places where I was talking about where they had no electricity and all that. And probably something I'll be facing pretty soon myself here. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, it's just it's not because I want to be like this scene, and I got to show this one again too. Let me see, do I have it up? If I don't, okay, yeah, that's right. The scene where, actually, you weren't here, so I might have to do this. Forgive me. Give me a moment so I could pull this up for the 5th time. Let's see. Okay.
Let's say you will become a monk. If that is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Where
Mhm.
would that be?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, maybe that place that I'm talking about, but honestly, I'd rather it be somewhere secluded, somewhere not in Mount Athos. I mean, I love Mount Athos, but I have my reservations. All right, so yeah, I mean, this is not, as far as a place that doesn't have electricity and all that, it's not to be abusive to myself like this. That's just retarded.
That's really old school.
Yeah, well, something like that. No, we're not self-abusive. That's just that's retarded. But the character that we watch in this movie comes off like that. If you're not,
familiar with, that it can put you off, I guess.
yeah, I mean, basically, it's like this. Like, let me compare and contrast it to Christ's warning about the rich man and how difficult it is for the rich person to get into heaven. It's not for the sake that he's got money and therefore you're going to hell. It's not like that at all. But the problem is, and I've had a small taste of it. Not that I was ever filthy rich or like that, but there was a moment in my life where I just kind of got fed up. Again, I was living in a home similar to this one, but not exactly. But a home that was kind of beat up, and I didn't care. I was driving a car that was beat up, 70s model old car, but I loved it. 'Cause to me, that had character. And I was working 100 hours a week, and didn't have any money. Like, not that I didn't have any money, I just wasn't spending it. I was just so obsessed about being successful in the business and that kind of thing. And I just kind of got fed up because of a challenge. Someone said, "Hey, why don't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, you're right. Why not?" And next thing you know, I go on a spending spree and bought, the jewelry, the clothes, the stereo system, the computer, the car. I got a factory made, custom ordered car and added some more things to it. So, and that was all in one shot. And what I discovered was a few things, but one of the things I discovered was the more I bought, the bigger the void got.
Yeah, because you're expecting to be happier, and you're not. So it gets like an inverse thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Slim. I love Slim. I just got to put that up because it is funny. Anyway, but yeah, exactly. Another thing I noticed, another problem is that now you become paranoid because you know who to trust. Because now all of a sudden people want to be your friend because they love your stuff.
Yeah. I've had a lot of those experiences. I have. Yeah.
So it's toxic. So being rich in itself is a problem, but the problems that has, yeah.
Yeah, that follows. Yeah.
As the Greeks say, I like the saying, let me say it in Greek because it's melodic, which means like whoever owns the boats or the yachts owns the worries that go along with them, or the responsibilities. Yeah, so anyway, what was my point? Kind of got lost.
I think like life is, you're always in a sort of equilibrium where it's more about actually what you think about yourself. Maybe you're judging yourself. At least that's how I am, because I can be one way today, and nothing's changed tomorrow in reality. But still, like maybe I feel different because I don't. Maybe I come to terms with like what I'm dealing with. As long as I'm like I'm not doing something for another person or society. I go after my own heart, and I can't see how that's wrong in any way.
I see what you're saying. In other words, you're not, as long as you're not doing things to impress others. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, we harbor a lot of. We have some kind of expectancy that we, like an identity in our head that we should do something.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm listening to you, but I saw Slim's last comment. I'm not going to put that on screen.
It's fine. But that's even when I was newly Christian, and when you're newly Christians, you're very happy, and you just want to share it, and you're overzealous, and you do it all the time, and then when it dabs off, you think that you're doing worse, that you should be doing more because you don't have the same energy, and then it becomes inverse again, and then you feel bad because now you don't really want to do it. You just feel you got to do it, and then it becomes wrong again, and then you have to find like the balance.
I see what you're saying about balance. Okay, yeah, and I hear a lot of clergy use that word balance, and it irks me. But
yeah, but it's always changing. It's not always a straight line. Not for me, at least.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're not talking about that golden means, that the yin yang, or you're not. I mean, I don't know. So even if like the whole yin yang thing, the whole idea of let me see, I don't have that clip anymore.
Like perfect balance.
Well, not the perfect balance, or conversely, where you need the bad in order to appreciate the good.
Yeah, yeah, it's not. Yeah, I get it. Like a waveform that goes up and down, like waves.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that. With that you need the bad. Like Eddie Murphy did a showed a clip before in a different stream. I don't have it. It's from Vampire of Brooklyn. Where he's like he basically is a vampire and he takes the form of this minister. Like he kills him and takes his form, and they run into him and they ask him to do a sermon. And so he's up there now. He's a vampire, and he's doing a sermon as a Christian minister. And so he's talking about how evil can be good. For example, your mother had sex when she gave when she got pregnant with you. Therefore, evil is good. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. This is so absurd, but. And I show it for this reason because and myself included, some of us fall for this line of thinking, and it's problematic. Like, and he goes on to talk about how some guy had an affair with a woman, but now he's happy, and therefore that's good. He called it. Excuse me, my English here. He called it ass, like getting ass. Like so. He said, and he goes, therefore, if evil is good and ass is good, evil ass is real good. So, I know it's bad.
Then nothing counts anymore.
Well,
really, like I believe like God can make bad things a blessing for you or for others in the long run.
How do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really like make a determine what's good or bad, really, because I'm not any good person at all. That's one thing I do know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, you don't want to be a hypocrite because you're not perfect, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not to be like self-defeatist or anything, but yeah.
Well, let me, and I hear that a lot too, and I think that argument, the reason I disagree with that is because I hear a lot of mass media using that and weaponizing it to get Christians to silence themselves. You know what I mean? Like the judgment kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely.
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm not like I never like back down from challenging my own belief. Like I can go very far out, like with my with my beliefs, like to challenge them because I really do want to believe what I do believe. Like, is this right or is it wrong? Like, where am I and stuff like that. So of course that comes with a bruising and falls, but I just trust that in the end it's gonna work out. And if I have that trust, then I'm not as afraid. It doesn't do that much damage in the long run, even though I can get doubtful or even overzealous. So I let myself do that as well.
There's a line which I'm not a big fan of, but I'll just use the half of it. I'll leave out the rest. A life unexamined.
Okay.
From a sociology or psychology perspective, I think we need a sounding board. Like it's the adage or the philosophy that you can't see all the trees from the middle of the forest. And so you need that outside perspective to get a better idea of what's going on.
That's true. That's true. But then again, like you have Solomon's wisdom, like more wisdom with the more sorrow, I think it says, and it's not like it's not like wisdom is a virtue in itself either. So then again, you come to like a problem there also.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell if Slim's trolling or not. I think he's making an atheist argument for us here, just for kicks.
Yeah,
That'll be
it
funny.
seems so.
Yeah. The balance thing. I wanted to say something about the balance thing but I forgot.
No, but I just know that God made me the way I am, so I should be the one that He made me.
Oh, yes, that's what the hypocrisy thing. So let me say, as far as hypocrisy goes, definitively, the hypocrisy is really when you're challenging someone about something that you are guilty of yourself, not that you're not perfect and therefore you can't say about something about someone else because they're too not perfect. That's a gross misrepresentation of what hypocrisy is. Hypocrisy is more like, well, if I'm eating a bunch of ice cream, then I harass someone else because they're eating a lot of ice cream. I'm being a hypocrite.
Oh.
Not if I'm eating a lot of ice cream and someone else is punching someone else in the face and I say, hey, don't do that. Now I'm being a hypocrite. That's not how it works.
It doesn't feel so good when you see when you come to terms with that fact that you just did that, because that's like when Jesus said, when you judge others, you have just judged yourself.
Well, yeah, but he also said, judge them by their fruits. I mean, we're not supposed to not judge.
Right.
And
so again, there's like a balance.
I think, well, let me put it like this, and then I'm going to get a little philosophical. This is going to be outside the Bible here.
You're welcome.
All right, so I think communication is key. Like we're not, okay, like a little facetious here, but just to put in perspective, we're not ants where we're using antennas to communicate with each other in the sense of smell. So we need words, right? And so because of that, because we need words, I think we need words to adjust behavior. I know that sounds like a slippery slope. It is. Logically speaking, that is a slippery slope. But that doesn't mean that it's false. It just makes it a weak argument.
Yeah, because we can get stuck in semantics and stuff. Yeah.
So I mean, even the Bible, doesn't it say to rebuke sin?
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Rebuke sin, and it also says to, I don't know what it says in English, but when you see your brother do something bad, you should rebuke him, but do in a humble way or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not like, so it's more like where, from which spirit or from the heart you do it.
Yeah, and that's where I struggle with. When I'll lose my patience, and then I get on the offensive, and that never ends well.
Yeah.
Well, I don't say never ends well. Some people, that's what they respond to. So then there's that. Yeah. Like for example, CP in Arabs. I mean, CP, I imagine, is an Arab.
Yeah.
And the Arab culture is to be condescending, and so he employs that. He communicates the way they're used to, and it's effective. If I did it,
No,
I'd.
you're right. At first, when I first saw him, I was like a little bit put off by him.
Yeah.
But I didn't really understand, because it seems like he was he wasn't being like fair. But then I learned, like, okay, he does it because every Muslim is different, so he has to take their position. And then I saw that it's not just one-dimensional. He has his ways, but he's not perfect either. So
No.
but when I like just stop trying to like judge people, then I am so much lighter myself, and that's really good. And like, this is maybe like a heresy, but I choose to hope that God forgives everybody in the end. I just hope that He does, and when I do that, it's like 10 times easier, even more, to
Well
like
said.
be better to other persons. Then I can remember that they're also God's children, and I'm not above or below anyone.
Well said. So well said. And again, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just like that might be a heresy, but yeah. So I don't know.
Well, so the movie was actually was representing that too. We saw. Forgive me, I'm spoiling for you a little bit here, but we saw a man that was remorseful. I'm not going to tell you why, so I won't completely spoil it. But he was completely remorseful, and at the end, he got reconciliation and a release and forgiveness. And that's exactly what you're talking about, and it's perfect.
Mm.
And I personally relate to that character because I'm really hard on myself. I'm just as hard on myself, if not more, as I am on others. Not that I believe. I know that the leaders of the faith are held at a higher standard. They are called to be perfect. Literally said to be perfect, but to be better said in a different place, a different way, to be blameless, which puts it in perspective. So yeah, I'm just, when you do something that you really regret, and it's, let's say, outside of repentance, it's impossible to undo. Sometimes it can be
It is. Yeah, that's our payment.
repentance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to ask for forgiveness and to not do it anymore. Technically, is what you mean by repentance, right?
No, I meant like you said, like there's something you can't change, and that's your wager, or that's your payment for doing that sin. In this life, at least.
You mean like the regret you feel because you can't do anything about it, or no?
Yeah, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by the payment for like.
No, just the consequences of what you have done. Like, the past is the past, and it depends on on the person. Like, if I personally feel shame or guilt from that, that's something different. But it's still done. I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear, but.
Yeah, I'm a little, I'm not completely getting it. Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but not completely, like not in essence,
Yeah,
how
I
that's
don't,
a payment.
I don't understand myself half the time. So.
Okay, all right. I mean, I know you understand what you're saying here. Like what you're trying to say is just I'm not following it. Like for me, the payment would be so. There's an atonement. Like if you're Hebrew, you were given the opportunity to atone for your sins through sacrifice, through the rituals. But we don't have that anymore.
Right.
God doesn't accept those anymore. He is I understand, I get it. He's the ultimate sacrifice. But I mean, again, we've got the sins. We've got Christ again. I'm getting in this conversation I didn't want to get into, but again, it's related to the movie, and we're talking about the remorse that this character felt and how that impacts us, or how we relate to it. So, if we're defining sin, and that's the kind of the question that I posed in the description, beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
How do we define sin? If we're defining sin by the commandments, by God's law, then wouldn't we feel regret when we break those commandments? When we sin, it's like death.
Yeah. That's like because we have the commandments. Yeah. You can't really you are already atoned, but you can still feel like you don't deserve to be forgiven, maybe, and that can hold you back. But I don't know if that's all good or all bad, because then again I will have to judge it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing, preaching repentance. I mean, to me, this is the description that Christ gives about, I forgot, it's a Bible quote, but basically the refining of soap, just the process of purging something with fire, going through a turbulent process in order to enter salvation. I mean, I think this is the process. It's the process of repentance.
It's absolutely not easy. It's not a one-day process at all. It's yeah, it's complicated. This is this is deep. This is not easy.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to kind of to read it and get it, but it's another thing to do it, to follow in Christ's footsteps, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, again, going back to the movie, and again, this is just a movie, but it does bring, to light this interesting discussion or this thought process of whether or not, or this question, whether or not this remorse, is it healthy or unhealthy? I mean,
right.
Yeah. So, someone who helped save my life, let's say, help was that I talked about him earlier in the stream. He was someone who I screened this movie through because he was like non-denominational, but so I was saying so non-denominational he would not go to any church. He was his own church.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, but so I figured if he would be okay with this movie, then it would be okay to be screened for a public audience, and he turned out and he loved it. Anyway, so before that, earlier in our lives when we knew each other, he played a major role in a place where I was yearning for God, wanting to be forgiven, but felt such shame that I didn't want. I was like the image of the cross would burn me, kind of thing,
Oh.
So one of the first things, or the biggest thing that he helped me do, was realize that I've got to forgive myself before I can allow God to forgive me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So looking at this character again, it's just a movie, it's a character, but it's interesting. With that in mind, he should have forgiven himself so he can move on with life and have a fruitful life, because the man, it just so happens, well, I don't want to ruin it for you, but so he should have forgiven himself. But on the flip side of that, look how much good has come out of his toiling, out of that
I know
urge to fire.
that's not true. Or yeah, and also you're not sure that if you're gonna like just I don't know if it's that easy, but I don't know if it's possible to like just forgive yourself just because you choose it, or if you're just like trying to block out just block it out. Maybe like holding on to it. Maybe that will stop you from doing something worse, or it can make it something better, or vice versa. It's not unsure.
Well, again, it's just a movie character, but I
No,
like
I'm
the way.
talking about myself.
Oh, okay, all right, cool. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, and Slim just said, healthy people feel remorse, evil people feel none. And that's absolutely something I observed with certain people. Some people, I know a few, couple, and they're their own gods, and they say they feel no remorse whatsoever, and that there's no free will and stuff like that. And I kind of want that, but I also can't understand it at all, because I don't think that I would be good. But then I think maybe would I be worse? I don't know, because I can't see myself to it. So it's yeah, it's hard. But I know I know that my hope is good.
Well, the publican affairs. Sorry, go ahead.
No, he commented when Judas, who betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he still remorse. It's funny because I just analyzed that Judas passages today. Turn to pieces and threw to the priests and elders. Yeah. Yeah, and at that point, that's interesting, because Judas, at that point, only had himself to repent to. Like, he couldn't go to the priest, because priests at that time didn't forgive sin, and Jesus was already captured, and it was God for him.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's some things that you can't undo, and just misleading others to me is probably the most dangerous, because how do you undo that?
True. Yeah, that's the worst. Some of the worst. I don't know.
I don't for example, the TV evangelists. I don't know if they're all, but we know that some were fairly corrupt. And look how much damage that's done. They're used now as an example. Well, look, they were this way, therefore Christianity is that way.
Yeah, the people I talk to, they all say the same. They say I would be Christian, but I see all those Christians that don't behave like Jesus, so that's the reason I don't.
Yeah, that's That's a tough one. That's a tough one to counter because in one breath, we're not Jesus, we're not God incarnate. But on the other hand, he was showing us how we should behave. So
Yeah, and that also includes all other things. So I think in dealing with other people, especially people that don't have that much knowledge, maybe a lot of misconceptions about the Bible. Everything they know is like what people have done. It can be tricky. I think just meeting them as people first is the way to go. I don't know if that's the best, but like I can't think of any better thing, and it's much. I try to like maybe force my belief on others or make them understand my view of it, but maybe they can't do that because they're not me. We are all like different people, and as soon as I try to take that away from them, then I also lose myself. So it won't work.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, you made a lot of good points. It's hard. So again, I find myself in that mode where, and it is arrogant. Like, I need to not change the world, all the world, but yeah, I mean, have this big influence or combat some things that are, for example, if you've got someone who's got thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they're preaching nonsense or stuff that's detrimental, like, again, I'm picking on this because it's been kind of a pretty big issue lately. And it's the whole, you don't need God's law, you don't need the commandments because you're already saved because of the crucifixion. So to me, that's extremely toxic, especially in today's age. It's not only detrimental for those people listening to that, because now you're putting them in jeopardy of sinning, but that's also detrimental to the people around them, because if they're sinning, that also affects other people, especially covet your neighbor, murder, steal, lie, so on.
Yeah, it's a very multifaceted problem.
So I find that alarming, and in response, I've gotten just different things. I don't want to get into it. I'll get into it in a different stream coming up. Next Wednesday will be in a week from now is when I'll do it.
So yeah, I like those streams. I hope YouTube sends me a notification.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm switching it now to this time. It'll be, we started, wow. Holy smokes. I've been doing this for 5 hours now. 5 hours ago. Well, I guess it's time to go. Wow. I guess time flies when you're having fun. That was a good movie, by the way.
Yeah.
I did
a good talk also.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for coming up, man. Yeah, but I'll be doing this every Wednesday for, I think you're maybe, let's see, let me think. It's noon Eastern Standard Time. Do you know what that is, your time zone?
It should be 6 hours
Okay.
after me. Yeah.
All right, so 6 p.m. your time, Wednesdays. And I'm choosing that day. It was either going to be Wednesdays or Fridays. Fridays are difficult for me because on Saturdays I usually have a big day. So,
yeah, but it was good timing. Like all the things we talked about is exactly what I've been going through today and in the Bible and reading.
Glory be to God in all things.
Yeah.
That's yeah, amen. All right, so did you want to close with something? You want some little closing thoughts? Mark on people. Give them something to think about.
as always, like just don't never lose hope. Hope is maybe the most important thing.
Amen. Well said. Awesome. Perfect. And I'll leave it at that. Perfect. All right, Daniel. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah,
Thanks, Slim.
thanks for being here. We'll talk next time.
God bless you, man. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And with that, blessed are those who endure to the end. This too shall come to pass. Keep on keeping on.